talking to fence people. And guy asking the question, is persistence a virtue? Most people would say yes. In fact, I passed a billboard here in California just yesterday, insisting that such was the case. I would say it's a necessary character trait for those who lack intuition, or for matters that intuition is inadequate to attain a preferable reality. So, if everybody had perfect intuition, or a given individual, any given individual, had absolutely perfect intuition, they wouldn't need to persist at all, right? They'd always just wait for the exact right moment, and they'd cast right then. They'd get a fish first cast every time. So, in other words, persistence is only a virtue for the non-intuitive. So I don't really need this video going. Just, oh, come on. Stop being so retarded, please. There. That's better. All right. So, that's a little bit too low. Like that. There we go. Well, the thing is, persistence is a virtue in the absence of intuition, or in matters where intuition is inadequate to make it unnecessary. So, the thing is, if you were to talk to an ESTJ, they believe they understand what it means to say work smarter, not harder. They think it means use the right tool for the right job, you know, because that's as close as they can come to understanding the concept of work smarter, not harder. Working smarter, not harder, I am struck by this, remembering this one episode of Naked and Afraid that had an INFJ on it. Everybody else was working hard. He was walking up and down the river, looking, observing. And then everyone else was like making gill nets and failing to catch fish. He just mostly did nothing until he found the exact right spot at the right time, and he cast in and get fish. And everybody else would fail, you know. So the thing is, he was working smarter, not harder. That's not because he had the right tool for the right job. It's because he had intuition, and he was an observer, and he was observing the reality and knowing where and when to actually put effort, right? That's the difference between working hard and working smart, is knowing where and when to put effort. When you get somebody like Chow Wah, who's explaining to me how even though there are a lot of people more talented than she is, she's the one who got to play for the LA Phil because of all of her hard work. That's the opposite of working smart, right? That's called not having any concept of where to direct your attention. So it's when you are doing what you're supposed to be doing, when you're on the right path, when you've made the right choice, when you're not forcing shit, everything comes easy. There's no effort at all. Just like this, right? I'm doing the right thing for me. I'm explaining things. I'm doing it at the right time, after I've had an insight about something. I'm doing it in the right way, verbally, on YouTube, etc. So there's zero effort required for massive results in terms of discursive effect. In terms of actual, you know, subjective outcomes like my being successful, well, those things don't matter to me very much. So, well, the insight was just this, that persistence is only a virtue for the non intuitive. And it's not a virtue at all, really. It's a necessity for people who do lack an eye. Some things are good to give up on. I just feel I feel like SI fourth doesn't know what is a good thing to pursue and persist though. I mean, SI fourth is not a good way to know things like that at all because that's not the sort of thing you know, that's the sort of thing you determine. So when you're talking about it's FI seventh is not a good way to know what you should pursue and persist at. You're right, for sure, right? But the point is, if you do have clarity about what you're going to do, then NI is the thing that's going to allow you to have the difference between a lot of effort and no effort for the same results. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing Justin on the new season of Naked and Afraid when I get around to it, for sure. I may jump ahead to get to it, in fact. But the insight I had was simply that persistence is only a virtue for the non-intuitive, um, and it's also an indicator of lack of intuition. If you're having to work hard and persist, you're doing the wrong thing. Notice how for this insight, it took me no work, effort, anything, right? It just required me to take some mushrooms or drink some mushroom tea and be in the bathroom. That's all it required, you know? Zero effort. You cannot determine the value of something by looking at the amount of effort it took to attain. That's crazy to think that those things are linked at all. Only an incredibly non-intuitive person like the ESTJ would even dream of thinking that. Like Rachel's significant contribution to my mom would require her to say, "You should buy that wheelchair for your mom at a yard sale." Even though my mom already had a wheelchair, so I wasn't thinking about that. I was like, "Well, she already has a wheelchair. That wheelchair was way better." Um, then she just had to tell me once, and I wasn't going to buy it. But then I told my dad about it, and he ran out there and bought it, and he was so happy. Huge impact, right? All she had to do was say, "You should get that." Zero effort on her part to have a massive impact. So the thing is, only extremely non-intuitive people are going to think that effort and value link. Well, it can be necessary in circumstances where you have clarity about what you want, but not how to get it. I mean, persistence is also implicit to stuff where you're going to have a low percentage success rate, right? Like, let's say you're a salesman cold calling people. Well, you're going to have to persist through a bunch of no's before you get to a yes. But that's a good sign that you shouldn't be doing that, right? You have to ignore the intuitive reality of things, which is this is a bad idea. That's why it has such a low success rate. The fact that you have to persist through making thousands of calls till you get some idiot say yes should have told you already that this is a bad idea. Not a good way to do things, you know? So, I mean, and that's it's always going to be the case that you have to persist, and persistence is necessary for things that don't have any that aren't subject to intuition. Like, let's say you are Edison and you're trying to find exactly the right filament for a light bulb. Well, you're trying to do something that intuition can't help you with, probably. And so it's going to require a lot of persistence. That's why Edison was not Tesla. Edison was an ESTJ. Tesla was an INTJ. One of them was, both of them were effective. Only one of them was smart. Right? Both of them were effective, but only one of them was smart. Elon Musk is much more Edison than he ever will be Tesla, despite the name of his car company. Why? Because he's a TE dog, so he can't be very smart, you know? He's too busy being effective. And of course, he's not very smart, so he thinks he's a genius. Because after all, he's conflated effectiveness with intelligence. Or he's confused. I'm sorry. I just used the wrong word, embarrassing myself. He's confused effectiveness for intelligence. Like, I'm so ineffective, and I'm still not ready to smoke the cigarette. It takes me 3 trips to go outside and smoke a cigarette. So, you know, being this ineffective allows me to be correct about things. But oh, at what cost? At what cost? Well, at the cost of me being able to easily smoke a cigarette. I'm reminded of Audra. This ESTJ who used to be around the channel, who of course thought she was an ENTP. You know. And I did too at the time because I didn't know anything about cognitive function. This was a while back, right? She said, I'm jack of all trades, master of most. You can do that sort of if you're an ESTJ. All you have to do is sacrifice any intuition at all. You know, you got no capacity to intuit what something is to the exclusion of everything else and how that's determinate. So, you know, if you're only focused on your own particular shit, yeah, sure, you can be a master of lots of different particular things. you just can't have any concept of intuition at all to do so. You got to be completely non-intuitive. All your intuition is third slot extroverted intuition. She could talk up a storm, couldn't listen for shit. She was like a champion in Taekwondo and at skeet shooting, and she wrote books and stuff. I was like, see how easy it is to be a successful ENTP? that's the price they got to pay for those skills, is to be done like that, It's a much better deal than the one I made. If we could pretend we were making these deals, right? Well, I made a terrible deal to be right and totally ineffective at everything. Can't even go outside to smoke a cigarette without taking 3 trips. But at least I'm wise enough to know that persistence isn't a virtue. It's an unfortunate necessity of a world that's not subject to perfect intuition. I mean, only an ESTJ would think persistence is a virtue, right? It's a necessity, maybe, but it's definitely not a virtue, for fuck's sake. Keep trying at something you're failing at is not a good thing. It's inherently, definitionally a dumb, bad thing, right? It implies that you keep failing. Here's a good idea. How about you succeed the first time, then you don't need to persist? You just don't get it. It's only because of my super hard work that I was able to do this. Everybody can do it too. You can do it too. You just do what I do. You just have no intuition. You just work. Yeah, but that may be true, but I'm not you, and thank God. Thank God I'm not that dumb. You got to be able to determine when something's determinate, right? You got to be able to have some sense of relevancy and and how to weight things against each other, or else you're gonna fall into that dumb trap. It's like the last guy I typed, the last typing session I did before I stopped typing, which made me stop typing session. It was an ESTJ, and it impacted me so much emotionally at the time because my dad had fairly recently shot himself. To hear the ESTJ saying the same dumbass shit my dad would say, and fighting against NI. I said so. I'm like, well, sometimes you just gotta let something be what it is and not something else. Sometimes things are just one thing. No, they're not. He said. I've never encountered such a dramatic instance of anti-polar in my life. Just refusing to accept the fact that things can only be what they are. That was a powerfully ESTJ guy. Trying to explain to me how everybody could be like him if they just tried. And totally oblivious to the fact that nobody should want to be like him. It's a terrible way to be. Yeah, maybe we all could be like you if we tried, but only a complete moron would want to. Oh, Einstein said that persistence is the definition of stupidity. Oliver Linehan wins that battle, Jeff Shaw. Oliver Linehan just whooped your ass in quote battle. Right. Yeah, there's no good in complaining about things that you have to endure. The question is, why are you positioned yourself in something you have to endure? Right? It displays a lack of intuition or foresight right from the get go. I agree with Marcus Aurelius that there's no point in complaining about shit that you can't do anything about, but it should prompt reflection about your own lack of intuition to get yourself into that mess rather than something else. It's not a lesson about how to deal with shit, it's a lesson about how not to get yourself into that situation. Only an idiot would think it's a lesson about how to deal with shit. I mean, Oliver wasn't being Oliver, he was quoting Einstein and kicking your ass. Well, that's what happened, Jeff Shaw. There's no point in denying it. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. That time you lost. No, I don't think so, actually. To conflate two terms is to treat two different terms as though they are the same, even though they're not. To confuse one term for another is a different phenomenon, right? Like, get using the word, like Rachel used the word extrapolate wrong yesterday in her live stream. She confused extrapolate for another word. She didn't conflate the two. She's not using them interchangeably. It was a slightly fake Einstein quote, to be honest. Wow. Okay, I guess Jeff Shaw, you're right. He was Oliver line handing you. It looks like you win that one, Jeff Shaw. See how what I say was true? Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. That time you won. Congratulations. How would an ESTJ and an ENTJ differ in their attitude towards persistence? I mean, an ENTJ is just gonna think, why would you ever rest, right? Because they're SI polar. There's no purpose in resting, it doesn't serve any end. Whereas ESTJs understand that it's part of their persistence regimen. They have to rest in order to persist in their stupid idea. Yeah, Rachel of the channel, she live streamed yesterday. Because I was gone all day. I actually came back last night. I left around 10 in the morning or 9 in the morning or something. Went down to LA, got mushrooms, got weed. I got these really strong weed edibles that just knocked me and Rachel the fuck out last night. Like, oh my god. The bag says on it 2,000. Each gummy is 200 milligrams of THC. And it is not lying at all. I have never been so laid out as I was last night eating one gummy. It was insane. Because the thing is, I forgot that I don't have the tolerance I used to have because I don't eat gummies all the time anymore. And one of those things. Oh my god! I thought it was tripping. It was so heavy. It was unbelievable. Like Rachel and I both we couldn't get out of bed till like 1 in the afternoon. So anyway, yeah, one gummy. I'll show you these things that we ate. They're called OMG, designer cannabis gummies. 2,000 milligrams. There's 10 gummies in this package. I used to eat one of those and I thought that's perfect for like a heavy night's sleep, you know. But when I don't have the tolerance, ay. That shit fucking floored us both. She mostly is gonna only live stream when I'm not around, probably. So anyway, the point is, persistence is a terrible thing to identify as a virtue. You know, at best, it's an unfortunate necessity. You liar, Jeff Shaw. Of course you think it was a win-loss thing. You always think everything's a win-loss thing. And I'm not disagreeing with you there. You can't pretend things that aren't zero sum. Things that are zero sum aren't. If you're in an adversarial exchange with somebody, that makes it zero sum. You can't win without somebody else losing, and somebody else can't win without you losing. It's the nature of adversarial exchanges. You might not be lying, you might just not be aware of that. It seems self-evident to me, but lots of things that seem self-evident to me are not self-evident to other people. So I should be more cautious about accusing you of lying. You may not be aware that by engaging in adversarial exchanges, you make every exchange zero sum. Now that I've informed you, though, you should be aware of that going forward. MJC, do you watch professional wrestling? If you're asking me, the answer is no. I very briefly as a kid was kind of into it a little bit. Mostly because my friends weren't into it, you know. But it was also in its absolute heyday with the Iron Sheik and Hulk Hogan and Rowdy Roddy Piper and Macho Man Randy Savage and all those people and Andre the Giant. Teddy Roosevelt was probably our most badass president. He did a good job of creating the national park system, I agree. Probably our best president was Polk. He accomplished the most, only served one term, and was smart enough to not want to serve a second term. He was probably an NTP. He was the best president we ever had. Polk. Nobody ever thinks about him, but he's the president I respect most. If you're going to ask me what kind of president I'm going to make, I'd say it'll be a Polk-like presidency. I'm not serving more than one term, that's for sure. Who would want to? Anybody who wants to serve more than one term is not wanting to be president for the right reason. Well, it's easy for us who benefit from his appropriately appropriately America first choices to critique them for their brutality, right? In the aftermath of benefiting from them. It's easy for us to critique. He's not like Andrew Jackson though. He didn't do so against he didn't have to ignore the Supreme Court to attain what he wanted to attain. Insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. I mean, that might be an Einstein quote, but it's not a very good one, right? There's a lot of times when you repeat the same action and the results change over time because of the repeated action. So you can simply think of something as simple as washing clothes or washing a dish, right? The first time you put a sponge across it, it's not going to be clean. But if you repeatedly do that, then you will finally attain cleanliness. So if your goal is to attain cleanliness by moving this thing, then it's going to require, you're going to say, wow, it failed completely. Why should I continue repeating that action? You're not understanding the full action, right? So that's not a very good Einstein quote, and it's misleading in lots of ways. Certainly, it doesn't comprise insanity. It's especially a bad quote because it definitionally doesn't work, right? Insanity is very different than stupidity. It would be a good quote if he said, stupidity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. But even then, he'd need to clarify more. He'd need to say, stupidity is repeating a failed strategy, expecting in the repetition for it to attain success. Insanity and stupidity are not the same thing at all. Andrew Jackson versus Teddy Roosevelt would be a fun bar fight. God, I hate Andrew Jackson too. I hate him so much because he may have attained similar outcomes, but he did so in the wrong way. Well, yeah, of course. The thing isn't, Jeff Shaw, it's not that we can define results, it's that results only occur through particularist individuals determining those things, right? So it is stupid to employ the same failed strategy over and over again to attain a certain result. That is true. That does not have anything to do with insanity. And no, you can't just play with words however you want, Jeff Shaw, and expect them to mean the same thing or whatever, to do anything. You can't do anything with language without respecting definitions. That's all there is to it. You can't do anything worth doing with language without respecting definitions. Yes, it's absolutely the case that each individual has their own particularist relationship with language, and that's fine. But the thing is, language is communicative by nature, and so if people want to have their own particularist relationship with it and retain that within themselves, that's fine. But when they try to express themselves communicatively as a communication event, then if they're not respecting definitions, they're simply pollution on the information road, They're barriers to understanding. Trump was an ESFP. There's no doubt about that. No, he was an ESFP for sure. He couldn't be any more TI polar than that man. He's so dipolar, he thought he was a very stable genius. Only TI polar people can both be that dumb and believe themselves to be geniuses. Fourth slot NI, TI seventh. So they know by externalities about themselves. Well, I'm successful. And they can't check anything for logical consistency or any kind of disinterested calculus about themselves. And I was therefore I want genius. He's Tiffany. Trump is straight up Tiffany. he couldn't he couldn't even conceive of not 2,000 people watching now. Oh. No, I don't think ever there will be 2,000 people watching this. It's too it's it's too intuitive, you know. It's too intuitive and too correct and not FE inclusive enough, and it's too much the Eric show, right? So you have to. It's only a very narrow sliver of people who are either actually interested in the truth, regardless of how it's presented, or who are these weird people who hate me but can't stop watching me. I don't understand them at all. I don't understand that thing at all. But um, that's the limit of the viewership of this channel. It's a fairly hard ceiling because what I'm doing is I'm speaking the truth in an unvarnished fashion. I'm positioning myself as the arbiter of all knowing, and I'm right. You know, so uh, that's not going to be anything that people really want to watch because it invalidates their own epistemologies completely. Even super smart people are going to encounter who I'm here, me telling them, no matter how smart you are, you're totally wrong because you got the wrong frame of reference. And if you want to be correct, you need to adopt the frame of reference I'm talking about right here. That's not going to be something any. It's going to be. You have to be a really intellectually strong person to benefit from that, and and like personally strong to not be threatened by it. You know, um, very very small number of people are capable of doing that. This is the sort of thing that's appealing only to INFJs and INTJs only some of the time, and the rest of the people around here, I don't even know why they're here. You guys are better than would ever anticipate, right? Like ISFJs maybe as well will be willing to overlook my because FE's a instrumental value for them, so they don't really care that I'm not being very FE as long as I'm being fair and correct about things. ENTPs are just going to feel threatened. And I've had an actual ENTP before really lay it out for me how much he just cannot watch me because I'm everything that he wanted to be, and his life's all fucked up. And that was kind of a sad conversation. This guy from Georgia or something that I talked to one time a few years ago. But at least he was an actual ENTP and therefore was very disinterested in his analysis of the thing, and it was spot on the fucking money. And sad, but exactly correct. INTPs might watch from the shadows until they determine that there's nothing for them to correct, in which case they're probably off to do their own thing. INTJs are waiting for me to provide useful information, and it only happens a fraction of the time. you know, uh, Only INFJs are probably genuinely going to find my extrovertedly intuitive ramblings of value. ISFJs may as well, but yeah, it's a very low ceiling channel because of what it is inherently. It can never be any. I'm never going to get 2,000 people watching this because there aren't 2,000 people in the world who who are who want this, you know? They don't want this. People don't want this. People want things that are, people want the Fast and the Furious. This is the exact opposite of that. This is the slow and not furious. Sometimes I'm furious, but it's like when that's happening, then that's the least optimal manifestation of this channel, from my perspective. Do you think midlife crises are just us learning to use our fourth functions? I don't believe in midlife crises. I've never had one. I don't know what that would even look like. I have no idea. I feel like I'm just barely becoming an adult. The slogan is press on. Has solved and always will solve the problems of our human race. The human race, Coolidge. What a tard. What a tard. That's both factually false and incredibly dumb as a prescription for anything, right? Just keep doing shot. Wow! What a retard. That's what causes all the problems of humanity is underqualified, overconfident men doing shit. Because your fourth slot functions so different from how you operate from everyday life, so wouldn't others interpret that as a midlife crisis? I mean, my relationship with SI has gotten better over the years very slowly, in the sense that I'm less likely to make big SI mistakes than I used to be. But that's it. That's the only way in which my relationship with it has improved. I'm less likely to. I've learned not to make big SI mistakes. Like, don't start off on a 10-mile hike with empty stomach and no food and water with me, you know? Like, that kind of shit I won't do anymore because I'm a little smarter than that now. I've learned some things. Or don't go someplace at 3 in the afternoon where you know you're going to still be there at 8 o'clock at night when you don't bring a jacket. Because it's warm right now, it might be cold later. Those are kind of things I've learned over the years. But just being somewhat less retarded in terms of impacts on my fourth slot function, that's not indicative of a changed relationship with it. It's the nature of my fourth slot function to learn things. I'm just a super slow learner because it's fourth slot. This is why ESTJs who got learning things as a tool function do not get the idea that everybody can't just be them. All you're gonna do is have a clear goal, work hard, and just learn how to do everything. Yeah, if you're retarded, that's true. If you're completely retarded, that's true. Okay, I accidentally pushed the wrong button, but it seems like I'm okay. It seems like I've reconnected. Well, you're right, that boy Klaus. If I change the channel, it could be more successful, right? If I changed who I was and what I wanted to do with this channel, I could make it more successful. If I presented my ideas in a more inclusive way, etc., blah, 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 I could have a greater number of people looking at it. You view it as a self-limiting narrative because you must have TE somewhere in the front stack. You're missing the whole point of what I'm saying, right? Yes, by making the channel worse, I could have more success. By making the channel more retarded, I could appeal to a greater number of retards. You're right, that boy Klaus. You're absolutely correct. And entirely missing the point. I don't even have my cigarettes. I came out here to smoke a cigarette. I don't even have them. Gosh, Eric, it's a self-limiting narrative. All you need to know is make the channel more retarded, then retards would like it too. That's not a self-limiting narrative. That's me not wanting to be retarded. And not wanting to do retarded shit. And therefore not appealing to retards. So self-limiting, if you got some sort of goal defining everything, right? If my goal is to not be retarded, congratulations. I've successfully attained that goal in spades, 100%. And will continue to attain that goal every time I stream forever. You don't need to worry about my ability to attain goals. I've already attained it 100% every single time. I'm not retarded. What I'm saying is true. I am genuinely insightful. Therefore, that's my only goal, you know? I don't have other goals than that. If I had other goals than that, I wouldn't be so correct. You can't both have a goal of caring about how many people subscribe to your channel and caring about the truth. Those things are mutually exclusive. Because, a few years back, I don't remember exactly when I decided to give up on false modesty, even though it was a good FE tool for me. Because ultimately, I couldn't validate myself against my fifth slot function that way. It was a parlor trick I was using. I couldn't stand by it any longer. It was dishonest. Of course, in the absence of false modesty, I'm going to be telling the truth, which is this is what I think. It's exclusively correct. All these other people are wrong, etc. And nobody wants to hear that except people who already agree with me, maybe. The beautiful thing, the great thing that happened in the world was COVID. Because I was completely right about it before anybody else even considered being right about it, I've proved myself something very concrete, So I can always point to that example. And that will make even people who are non-intuitive say, okay, well, if they're not too attached to their existing positions on COVID, then they'll say, wow, that guy genuinely was way ahead of the curve and was absolutely correct about it 100% before anybody else had even approached the starting line of being correct about it. In fact, he seems to be the only person in the world who pointed out a very obvious methodology problem, which makes me think this is all a simulation, it's all fake. Because that very obvious methodology problem I pointed out required no intuitive heavy lifting at all. Anybody should have been able to point that out. Even ESTJ should have been able to see that. I've got hundreds of kids I've coached before who would have been able to spot that in a heartbeat. So why was it only me? I don't know. It's got to be fake. That's the only conclusion I've come up with. That one took no insight, right? That one took none of my skills to be the only person to see it. So it's got to be fake. Trouble's outside.
Oh, Trouble's outside?
Yeah. Not coming in. You remember people agreeing with me in the chat?
Yeah.
Look up the Fort Detrick COVID conspiracy. Is the deterrent? I didn't say that was the deterrent. I said what I was trying to say is that FE stuff is the deterrent, right? I'm not making people who watch this feel like they're the smart ones. And that's not a good way to get an audience. And that's never going to change, though. Well, because I was actually there at the time when I was actually saying this stuff, and the entire world was disagreeing with me wholeheartedly. The thing is, people were disagreeing in both directions were wrong, right? Some of the people were claiming it wasn't real at all. Some of the people were claiming no matter what, we have to do everything to prevent COVID from killing people, etc. But at the time, there was zero people that I could find anywhere, even though I was researching it heavily, who were pointing out the obvious methodology problem, except for me. So let's limit our scope of what we're talking about to that one matter, okay? And in that regard, yeah, I was the only person who was saying it that I could find, and I was researching it heavily, even though it was very obvious and required no intuitive heavy lifting. Oh yeah, I did research it heavily. Why would you say I didn't research it heavily? I mean, the thing is, when I don't know about something, before I talk about it, I research it heavily. Just because you don't witness that part doesn't mean it doesn't happen, right? Just like when just like when I was trying to get to the bottom of this neuropathy thing, I've researched very heavily whether nitrous and neuropathy actually linked. Unfortunately, I researched in the wrong spot in that instance. I only researched on Google Scholar. I didn't research Reddit threads like I should have. If I had researched the right area in that instance, I would have been correct, but I was wrong, because I researched science journals, and the fact was that the link had totally failed to be established to anybody's satisfaction in terms of medical journals. There was one particular study that claimed to have established the link, and I read it carefully and was appalled by the strength of the conclusion based on the multiplicity of other possible factors that he articulated but chose to ignore. It was crazy. It's like it must be an ESTJ doctor, right? Anyway, what I was wrong about in that instance was researching in the wrong area. I should always, with drugs, don't look to medical journals. Talk to people who've done the drugs before. Duh. I learned something that time, I learned something very important that time. Okay, well, that boy Klaus, the thing is, I'm not claiming I was the only person to think it. I'm claiming I was the only person to say it publicly that I could find. Right? Reddit may be heavily censored, but if you check the Reddit thread on nitrous oxide, you'll discover that, in fact, there are plenty of people claiming that it links to neuropathy.
That's fascinating. Honestly, Reddit is probably more accurate just because it's like a free place to talk.
Well, I mean, they're saying it's heavily censored, it's full of feds, whatever. Even if that's the case, it nevertheless is the case also that there are plenty of people on the Reddit thread on nitrous oxide who claim that there's a link between yeah. I mean, the thing is, I'm not making a crazy claim. My claim will never change. At the time, I was the only one saying it that I could find, even though I researched it heavily. That's true. That will never stop being true. That's the claim I keep making. Even if you find somebody else having said it at the time, my claim remains true. And there's nothing else you can do about that. There's absolutely nothing you can do about that fact, right? It is true that at the time, I stated it publicly. I researched it heavily and was unable to find anybody else saying it publicly. Now, I didn't research comprehensively because it's impossible to do so. You can't research every single thing in every single possible language. But my point has been and remains that in a sane universe, I should have easily been able to find thousands of people pointing this methodology problem out. So yeah, if you want to find some clip from late February, early March, right around the time of the Italian nonsense, somebody else saying the actual fatality rate is at least one order of magnitude smaller than what they're claiming, then you will prove that indeed somebody else was saying that, but you will not change my claim. And you will not impact the accuracy of my claim at all. As soon as the news came out about Italy, right? My point at the time was you cannot determine anything about how a fire was started by pointing to how big it is, you know? It's like there's this huge pile of oily rags and hay in Italy and it's of course it made a big fire, right? That doesn't mean that thing that started that fire is a particularly dangerous fire starter, right?
That was early on
Yeah, very early on.
Yeah, I remember it very well. Italy being like one of the first places to be like, okay, we're shutting down.
I mean, if you want to get into the weeds, exactly, if you want to determine exactly, go back into my channel, find February 2020 or whenever that was, and find out exactly when they started releasing the news on Italy, and then find that stream, and there you go. If you want to do all that work, fine. You still won't win because of the nature of the claim I'm making, right? I'm claiming that at the time, I was the only person publicly saying that I could find, and I researched it heavily. That's gonna remain true no matter what you turn up, right? So go ahead, dig all you want. The thing is, and the other thing I'm claiming will nevertheless also remain true. It should have been easy for me to find thousands of people pointing it out because it was so obvious and so important. So, you can't research something comprehensively because there's too much internet. There's no such thing as comprehensively researching a subject unless it's a very tiny, narrow subject, right? That almost nobody talks about. Why are you laughing your ass off? what I'm saying is completely true and accurate. It's like, it's not something you should be laughing about. It's something you should be going, huh, I can learn a lot right now from what Eric's saying. Thanks, Eric, for being so informative. That should be your response. I mean, I'm of the arbitrary opinion that it had already gone all the way through California before it became even a news story. But that's just my arbitrary opinion. I got nothing to back that up. And when I actually got COVID, it was so different from anything else I'd ever had before that it makes me question that arbitrary position anyway. Because I was very sick when I got back from Hawaii that February in Berkeley. Rachel and I went to a debate tournament at Berkeley, and I was super sick during the whole time. But it was definitely not COVID. Because when I got COVID later, COVID was so different from any other cold I'd gotten. And it just made me feverish and super sleepy. It didn't give me any kind of cough or nasal stuff, and it made me smell weird smells.
I had the cough and the loss of smell.
It made me smell Band-Aids. It made everything smell like like old Band-Aids. Of course, when my dad got it, his fever was nuts.
Yeah, it was bad.
Well, no, my claim is what it is. My claim is narrow, as all good claims are. It's narrowly constructed and qualified appropriately, as all correct good claims are. You know, making broad claims you can't substantiate is not a good thing to do. That's how to incorrectly make claims. So a strong claim is always narrowly constructed and qualified appropriately. You've confused a weak claim for a strong one. You've revealed that you don't understand the quality that makes claim making, distinguishes good claims from bad. My daughter took every possible conceivable vaccine and booster shot, and she's gotten it so many times.
She's had it 3 times so far.
At least 3. I mean, she just had it before her visited.
Yeah.
So I think it's more than 3 times.
Wow. That's crazy. Are you hungry for anything?
I should probably eat a yogurt or something.
A yogurt?
The thing is, the point is this, Deaf Boy Klaus. This is where people always get troubled, right? You're worried about my claims about me. The only reason I'm making those claims about me at all is to point out that I'm worth listening to now whenever I say whatever I'm going to say. You know? For people who need a concrete reason to believe me, who are not going to successfully parse what I'm saying and determine that it's correct independently of me, that's a good reason for them. It's not a good reason in general to believe me at all, right? But for people who use heuristics, it's a good heuristic for them to use. And this is where I always get in trouble with people. It's like, people don't dispute the claims that matter, the claims I'm making. They dispute the claims I'm making about myself, which I'm only making about myself because they can't process the claims that matter independently. It's like, it doesn't matter whether I was the only person or not. The only reason I'm making that statement is because for people who don't know how to think properly, that's a good reason to believe me. Right? And my claim about this must be fake and a simulation and stuff, it totally withstands scrutiny because my point is, I should have instantly and easily been able to find thousands of people pointing out that very obvious methodology problem. That's completely correct, indisputable, right? So even if you can find a couple other people making it, it doesn't change what I'm saying at all. And, you know, regardless, none of those things are good reasons to listen to me, but they're the kind of reasons people often have to listen to me. This is very reminiscent of these arguments I had had with my friend Corey when I refused to bow to my old boss's ridiculousness and insisted that no, justice only, or else you're gonna, and then she breached contract, made up bullshit about me to fire me with cause, even though she had no cause to. My friend Corey was very insistent that I had to keep that job because there was no way I could could operate independently without an employer and be successful. I said to him, like, look, dude, you're not understanding how successful I am as a debate coach and how much cred I've got, right? Until I produce all this evidence, and then he accuses me of bragging, right? It's like, oh, for fuck's sake. You know, if you want to know why I don't need this employer, and you're going to insist on telling me that I must need this employer, then I'm going to have to provide you data as to why I don't, and it's going to be self-aggrandizing. To then accuse me of bragging is you put me in a double bind that there's no way to get it out of. It's like people hate it when I claim to have been exclusively correct about COVID at the time, even though it's true as far as I could tell at the time. I had a lot of people who were partially correct about various things, but as far as I could tell, no other sane voice being absolutely correct about it across the board. So, you know, the thing is, that doesn't matter at all. That it was just me. If you're smart about understanding things, then you understand that that's no guarantee of future outcomes, right? The fact that I was right then is not a good reason to believe I'm right now. That's absolutely correct. But it is the reason a lot of people use. And that's also correct. So, again, I'm put in this bind. It's like, well, I'm right, but you won't accept that I'm right because there's not about cognitive functions because you can't Google it and find other people agreeing with me. Unlike my debate coach shit, right? When I say, well, this is a perm or this is a K, nobody disputes that I'm correct about that, about my analysis of these arguments, because they can Google it themselves and find other people who totally agree with me, right? Because it's an established thing that people understand already. And I may be a master of it, but I'm not the only master of it. Cognitive functions is a challenge because there's no corollary there, right? I am exclusively correct about it. And everybody else is just confusing pollution. So when people hate hearing that more than anything because of FB reasons, right? No, Eric, you don't get to be exclusively correct about anything. Nah, 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 nah. I get how horrible it is from an FB perspective, but I'm not going to be dishonest. I'm not going to lie about it to make you more comfortable. The reason that I was the only one who was correct about COVID, as far as I could tell at the time, completely correct, because I was the only one who was using a disinterested calculus across the board. Everybody else was attached to one position or the other, not the truth. And so they cherry pick whatever they decided with their side, right? I'm not like that. I'm a debate coach. I don't operate like that. I have firm cases on both app and neg on anything. And I determine which is correct by which has the best argument, which is the only good way to determine what's correct. So the point is, I shouldn't have been the only one correct about that one specific thing. I shouldn't have been even among a small minority of people correct about that one specific thing about COVID. There should have been tens of thousands of people pointing that out, and should have been easily able to find them everywhere because it was such an obvious methodology problem. So all these things I'm saying are true will remain true no matter what that boy Klaus turns up evidentiary wise, because I'm making claims correctly, right? I'm not making dumb, unsubstantiatable claims. And you're never gonna catch me doing that. That's just not my MO, right? I don't make dumb, unsubstantiatable claims. I don't make claims I can't defend. If your goal is to catch me making a dumb claim that I can't defend, you're going to be waiting an awful long time. For you, persistence is a necessity and definitely not a virtue, because you're never going to persist that long until I make a stupid ass claim I can't defend. It's just not how I operate, you know? What I get that's not very FE enticing. Nobody wants to eat a plate of that. Nobody wants to eat a plate of Eric being correct and not very nice about it. You know, it's just the nature of being me, I guess. Everything in life's a trade-off, you know. You can't be fully committed to the truth and communicatively active while also being FE appealing. It's not gonna work. If you can't both be committed to the truth, capable of distinguishing the truth, communicatively active, be there are lots of people out there who I'm sure believe themselves to be all those things, but they are wrong. You know, goes without saying that they are wrong. Again, that boy Klaus, come to the next stream, come to any stream, come anytime with all the evidence you want, and you still won't disprove my claim. Right? Because I don't make claims that I can't defend. Well, obviously, sometimes I'm making jokes and stuff. I wouldn't consider those claims. Sometimes I'm insulting people. Those aren't considered claims. I mean, a claim is part of an affirmation of some sort. It's not just anything you say. Obviously, I don't always affirm things. I'm not constantly making affirmations. So obviously, when I'm not making affirmations, I make statements that may not be defensible, like, "Oh my God, I'm starving to death." It's not a defensible claim. It's not a claim at all. It's just hyperbole about being hungry. So, being able to distinguish between what things qualify as actual claims, namely parts of affirmations, and what things are just statements about whatever, is kind of important as well, you know? Oh, a yogurt. What a good idea. /16th, 25th, or 7th. Avoid those dates in July. Okay, show me, dear. We will. We'll avoid the 7th, the 16th, and the 25th. Just because you said so.
It's the 6th year, and apparently it's a good year to get married.
Mm. I don't remember why we chose July over June. Do you?
I don't know why either. We were thinking June at the beginning.
Well, I think it's because we're not burying until May.
Yes, that's right.
And so we need a little bit more time between the two things.
I think we were thinking that too, yeah.
I hate the fact that, that this does this. The thing is, if you're watching it on TV with the video playing, it doesn't go to sleep. But if you're just pausing the video and letting the chat go, which makes the most sense for me, then it does go to sleep. And then I have to relog into the computer, you know. And occasionally I will make a claim that it turns out to be wrong. You know, I'm not perfect. Sometimes I do make claims that turns out somebody presents me some evidence that falsifies those claims. I've never claimed to be perfect. I'm just perfect in my approach. I'm not interested in learning anything about COVID. I already know everything I need to know about it. I'm well past the time when I was researching COVID. When I want to learn something about something, I research the fuck out of that. When I don't, I don't. Even if I should. Like, I should have researched the fuck out of real estate. But I didn't. And somehow it all turned out just fine anyway. It turned out spectacularly well, despite my total lack of knowledge, competency, or anything else. So sometimes you just get lucky. And practicality matters. That's how it's always going to have to be for me. I'm going to have to just get lucky. My intuition doesn't do me any good when it comes to practical things like real estate. and second place 9 days. No, I don't enjoy watching things that I agree with. I find them a waste of time. If somebody's saying things that I already know, why am I watching it? If somebody's saying wrong things, it's just going to make me mad. Why am I watching it? I don't watch things to learn things. I read things to learn things. So, if I'm researching something, you'll never catch me watching a video about it. The only exception is if I'm trying to figure out how to like fix a drain or something. Then I'll watch a video on that maybe. But if I'm learning about things that matter, I'm always reading. I'm not watching. Bong hit. That sounds like a good idea.
It does. I haven't had one.
I haven't had a bong rip all day.
Yeah.
It's been our first bong rip of the day. Of course, it's been it was a late start to the day given those edibles we ate last night. Boy, you don't want to talk about eating too much edibles.
Who knew though? It was just one.
Well, it's because we had forgotten that our tolerance is much lower than it used to be.
Yeah, it is.
That's how drug overdoses usually happen. Is somebody stops doing a drug for a while, then they go to. This is how like Philip Seymour Hoffman died.
Oh.
He gave himself the amount of heroin that he used to do, but he hadn't done it in a long time, and it killed him.
Wow, that's so sad.
If you think you schooled me, you are not using a disinterested calculus on our exchanges. I don't want our exchanges to be adversarial, that boy Klaus, but if you want them to be that, fine. However, you can't look at that scoreboard and think you won.
Where is the weed?
It's over there. Can you grab it?
Yeah. In here?
You should be able to see it. No.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, it was this one the whole time, Rachel. The bag that had weed in it.
Totally missed it.
No. Morris, you think that boy Klaus is uninterested in utilizing a disinterested calculus. I would agree with you there. Uninterested is very different than disinterested. Well, it smells a little better on the bottom than in joints, but not much. I couldn't even smoke a joint of this stuff. It made me cough so much that I puked the charcuterie plate that I had just eaten at the hotel.
Aww.
Yes, but uninterested is the boring way of saying it. Okay, I'll concede that one. No, not for me and Rachel. Like our standard for good weed is weed that doesn't make us cough that much. And I don't find there to be a linkage between making me cough a lot and making me high. There's an old saying, if you don't cough, you don't get off. I don't believe that saying at all.
Mm.
Yeah, Kern's Nectar? Fuck yeah, Kern's Nectar.
Yeah. Fuck yeah, Kern's Nectar. It's so
Guava?
good.
Oh, so good. It's the King's Hawaiian bread of juices. Yeah, I'm not a believer in if you don't cough, you don't go. I am a believer that unfortunately, in California anyway, weed growers have done a great detriment to weed by chasing numbers. Like, everybody wants, because in white market stores, there's all these, they send it to a lab and test it, you know? It's like everyone wants to get the highest THC numbers. Well, they just ended up making a bunch of super headachy, gross indicas. So I never even buy indicas anymore.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, you got a high number, but it's not good to smoke weed, so I don't care, you know? Like nowadays, they try to buy sativas. They didn't have a sativa. So I
Oh.
got this, what they said was the most sativa heavy hybrid they had. Still tastes like an indica to me. But you know, that's what you get for going to a gray market store. The benefits are you buy mushrooms and weed edibles that are way stronger than you can get at a white market store. The detriments are you just. I mean, the thing is, what I didn't put any effort into picking the weed is the problem. I was so happy to have gotten my 2 ounces of mushrooms and everything at a good price because it's cheaper down there, way cheaper than it is in Oakland. And yeah, I wasn't being a good shopper for weed because since it was a gray market store, I could have smelled every single one of those weeds, no problem. I'll open up the jar for you. You can smell it. You can make a determination, right? Instead, I just said I want a sativa. They said they don't have any. I said this is our most sativa heavy hybrid. I said fine, give me that. You know, however many. I figured out how much money I had. I had $400. I wanted. This is how much shit I got for $400. I got 2 full ounces of mushrooms. I got two of those 2,000 edibles things, plus 6 grams of weed. I could have gotten 7, but I wanted to give them $10 tip. So, well, most people don't want sativas because sativas are considered weaker. And the other thing is, sativas also have been bred into almost all of them are what I call vinyl tubing weed. It tastes like vinyl tubing smells, um, like aquarium tubes before they get put into the aquarium water. The way that they smell fresh out of the package. That's what sativas taste like most of the time. What you really want in your sativa is Jack Herrera or Super Jack if you can find it, which you can't, or barring that, Northern Lights, which you can't find either. You know, because of all this stupid breeding stuff they've done. you can take it to the bank that I know what I'm talking about when it comes to weed. Okay, I've been smoking weed since I was 14 years old. I'm 51 years old. I have 37 years of experience smoking weed, and I am not. a silly person who's into like, oh, it's got the smells of me. It's not like wine or whatever, but I know weed, okay? I'm just used to there always being at least one of each. Well, it's a gray market store, right? So, at a white market store, they definitely would have had sativas, but the gray market store is the sign above it is law office and tax filings, and they've got signs on the outside that say open during construction. Yeah, that experience is appropriately described as comprehensive because experience is something you can be comprehensive about, right? Like I have a, but even then, it's incorrectly called comprehensive. I haven't tried every weed in the world, but regardless, it's as good as it's as much. I have as much body of information about. I don't want one of those. I might take half of one later. Are you gonna take a full one?
Yeah.
Wow, you're nuts.
Think.
Oh, good for you. Do what you want, man. I'm not telling you not to do it. I feel like I learned a lesson yesterday that I'm not going to take a full one of those again. Or that if you liked it, then great. You know, for me it was a little too heavy.
Yeah. We'll see.
The thing is also I have to get up and pee more than you do. If I could just lie in bed all
No,
night. Then...
I no. This morning I slept until 1 because of it. I was like, whoa, that weed hit me heavy.
What's the highest dosage of shrooms you've taken? Well, I ate a whole ounce one time, more than an ounce.
Yeah.
But the thing is, the thing about shrooms is you can't say what's the most you've taken. You have to ask what's the most you've taken on a clean head. And I haven't had a clean head in such a long time that I don't even know, you know. The last time I tripped super hard, I didn't take very many. It was at the Madonna Inn. I had a clean head and I had the best mushrooms I've ever gotten, which were called Ghost PE. Those mushrooms were really strong. And I didn't eat very many of them. I probably had an eighth. Um, they were small and they were so blue. They were just blue. You know, the dominant color of those mushrooms was blue. Um, those were the best mushrooms I've ever seen, ever gotten, ever had. Would love to get them every time if I could. And that was a blast. That night of the Madonna Inn was an absolute fucking blast.
Yeah.
Those are some great memories for me. And I'm not a person who cherishes memories much, but we both tripped balls and then we ate at this little girl steakhouse. It was fantastic.
It was fantastic.
It was so magical. We stayed in a room called Rock Bottom, and it was full of rocks. It was fantastic.
Yeah.
It was an amazing, beautiful, fantastic room. There's only one detriment you can even say about it all about the Madonna Inn is they got some shitty ass Wi-Fi. Boy,
Oh yeah.
the worst Wi-Fi I've ever encountered in any hotel, but it's so spectacularly wonderful, you don't even care. That's all I can say about it. That place is absolutely spectacular. It is crazy beyond reckoning and high end.
Yeah.
Like upscale, you know? It's upscale insanity. It's fantastic. Their steakhouse has got to be the greatest steakhouse in the entire world.
It was so good. And the decorations.
We were there at Christmas
Yeah.
too. So the Christmas decorations were insane.
Yeah. You
Yeah.
did it right for Christmas.
Yeah. We went to that steakhouse and like they gave us so much food, right? It's like in addition to the thing we ordered, like I ordered a steak, she ordered lobster tail. They gave us just piles of food.
Yeah, huge.
And at the end they're like, "Do you want a box?" I'm like, "Nope. I want you to throw all of this in the trash." And that's exactly what they did. And because I was on mushrooms, I just thought that was hilarious. Yeah. It's like at the time we even got our entrees, we were both like full, you know.
Yeah.
Mushrooms is not much of an appetite stimulator anyway. But I had gone, we were hungry. I had gone to walk down to the coffee shop to get us a couple of things and bring it back to the room for us to eat. Between me and the coffee shop, I said, "What? What is this? Is this a restaurant?" Because it is clearly a little girl's fucking playroom. Everything's all pink and nuts. It was towards the end. That's why we were hungry. It was towards the end. I've been out and about making little videos and stuff. Being grossed by the car too. all the spit by the car. I was like, oh. I was careful not to put any trash anywhere. You know, I put trash in the car, but I was. Oh, it was one of those times that mushrooms makes my nose run.
Yeah.
Sometimes mushrooms will make my nose run like a faucet. Just like, where is all of this stuff coming from? And I had so much mucus coming out of me that night. It was unbelievable. My nose would not stop running. No matter how much I blew it, it just. Which is how we ended up. What that meant? You got just look at pictures of it online. Let's see if I can find some pictures of it. Pictures of the Madonna Inn Steakhouse. Just Google that. Because I can't do it justice with words.
Wow. It's
Like this.
so
It's just, you gotta be
decadent.
kidding me. It's so decadent in such a ridiculous way.
Mm-hmm. It's very feminine.
Yeah, it couldn't be any more feminine. Open in media viewer. Yeah, this is a good link. I'll share it. I probably have to change who I am to share it. Wait, no, apparently I'm a moderator. Well, that's good. I guess I can share things. I guess I must have made myself a moderator.
Yeah.
Or maybe YouTube figured out that much or something. I don't know. They may automatically do that. Seems unlikely that I would have gotten around to making myself a moderator.
Yes.
But I guess it's not impossible. Certainly not something I would have remembered. I mean, I just love the absurdity of it. The thing is, I'm also a guy who has a purse, my manly Black & Decker purse. very manly.
It is very manly.
And it's full of little dolls. So a little girl's steakhouse is perfect for me. After all, what a wonderful place to play with one's dolls. I don't think I had my dolls with me at the time, but nevertheless, it's consistent with my taste in things. I like things that are, whatever their idea is, they go balls deep with it. You know, even if it doesn't have to be my favorite thing, as long as it's the most extreme instance of that thing, I'm down, right? Like you can't get more extreme than that fucking steakhouse. It's the most extreme little girl aesthetic steakhouse in the world for sure. And so I'm going to eat there if I could afford it at the time I could, you know. So
like,
I ate there.
so like would Dollywood like be a place of interest?
No, because it lacks the NI, I guess.
Okay.
Thing is, Madonna Inn is very is obviously done by an NE dom, probably an ENFP, but accordingly, it's a bunch of specific instances of NI, right? Which therefore is great. I love it. Something like Dollywood is just somebody who doesn't have intuition's house.
Cameron's asked if we have the dates in May for house sitting.
To be one, basically, you need to get here at night. You just basically say 1 through 5. Yeah, you gotta love the juxtaposition of the fact that it's a steakhouse with that aesthetic. The steakhouses are like, it's like my man purse, right? Come on in.
Squire Bublingtons. Yay, Squire Bublingtons.
Just like with my man purse, it takes full advantage of all of the various things in creating its unique awesomeness, right? It takes full advantage of the fact that steakhouses are normally like manly things and have the exact opposite kind of decor, and goes all in. It doesn't try to compromise at all, right? It's an intuitive stroke of genius. If you got any non-intuitive in the mix, they said, well, surely we can add a little bit of something to make it more appealing to different types of people, blah, 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 and then ruin the whole fucking thing, right? Because that's what compromise always does. It ruins everything.
So like if someone were like, well, why don't we have some more traditional looking rooms?
Right, but yeah, not everyone wants to stay in a crazy room. We should have some normal rooms too, says the ESFJ or the ESTJ, Or okay, but we can have it both ways. We can have it be panic like you want, but we can also add some manly touches that'll help be, compromise. You mean ruin everything with your non-intuitive bullshit. Unfortunately, Madonna Inn did not. Mr. Madonna was not Joe Madonna. I think his name was right.
Oh,
right. Something Madonna, but I think it was something normal like Joe or Frank or something. He wasn't having any of that shit, right? He knew exactly what he wanted to do, and it was whatever, that room, and then that room, and he wanted to do that, and then he wanted to do that, and then he wanted to do that. And every single one of them has a distinct vision. None of them go together, but that's fine because they're all isolated from each other. It's a textbook any dom made that shit, but ENTP couldn't have made that shit. So it must be an ENFP. It's gotta be. There's no other type who could possibly have made that hotel except for an incredibly delightful ENFP.
Yeah. Yeah.
How was the Club ENTP Gen X seal scene? I haven't seen it thing. I haven't even heard of it.
Neither did I.
These aren't delightful dolls.
No.
These are dolls I hand selected.
Yeah.
Or dolls that Winston's mom sent me.
Yes.
But they're dolls I got from what are they? Savers.
Yep.
Savers. That's where I got them. The thing is, it's hard to find the dolls I want because I want a size that's not common. I want Tiffany size, Mindy size dolls. Most dolls are like Barbie size. They're like 3 times as big or something. I don't like those ones that much. Although I love a couple of the dolls Winston's mom sent me. Like, she sent me a couple of my very best, like, high quality dolls, like kick-ass dolls. Let me show you. She sent me Sasquatch, which was, you know.
Oh yeah, they have names. Tiffany's pretty legendary around these parts. That's Mindy. It's my club.
Don't you forget it. I'm mother's best friend Tommy. I found us. Now it belongs to me. And then, like this, Sasquatch
Oh yeah, Scott Sasquatch.
is super articulable. Like, he can do all kinds of crazy shit with it. This is a doll that Winston's mom sent me. It's like super high quality doll. Right? Me, Sasquatch. Bigfoot hate speech. Sasquatch believes that calling Sasquatches big feet is hate speech. Sasquatch. Bigfoot hate speech.
He's so woke.
Yeah. He's also a bit of a player.
Is he?
Yeah. Well, you know, he's with Weird Knees Lady.
Oh yeah.
My name is not Weird Knees Lady. What is her name again? My name's DJ, not Weird Knees Lady.
Yeah, DJ.
But your nails are so weird, though. Look at them. Look how weird those nails are. Those aren't normal nails. Look at my nails. You know what weird nails are? You stink! Oh no!
Tiffany's getting aggressive.
Yeah, I love playing with my toys. This is Rebecca.
Hi, I'm Rebecca. Probably don't know me because like I'm forced to do this, but I also have nothing else to do, so.
You should just give up because you're gonna fail forever. That's like Rebecca's basic line in life is,
Just give up because you're gonna fail.
you should just give up because you're just gonna keep failing. Your knees are really weird.
Thanks, Rebecca. Jeez.
And this is What's his name?
I don't know.
Let me remember it. His racehorse
Gary?
name. No, his name's Randall.
Randall.
He says his name's Randall or Randy. But however, this is my horse coming. It's from Angelo Kevin. His name was Kevin, but then I entered him in the Kentucky Derby. So he needed a racehorse name. So I named him Famangelo Kevin, which is the best racehorse name ever. I'm not a horse, Tiffany. Oh, shh. There, boy. There. Eat your hay. She just like shoves things into his mouth that he doesn't want.
Like carrots and hay.
Yeah, or a lemon. Horses love lemons. You need to eat your lemon.
How'd you figure that out, Tiffany?
Tiffany's boyfriend is named Percy, but she calls him Fishman. Hi, Bossman. Oh, you're all gross and slimy. Tiffany, my name's Percy. That kind of hurts my feelings. That's okay, Bossman. The important thing is, you're not gross and slimy right here. Tiffany's not a very considerate lover.
That's what makes them such a good pair.
Oh, Tiffany. I really wish you wouldn't. Just got the good thing is you can breathe underwater. Just get down there.
These toys are not for kids.
And there's this guy. I got him fairly recently. I haven't named him or anything. I don't know if I named him, but he's such a great toy. Hi there. You following the rules?
It does look like he's laying down the law.
No, it turns out there was a hole in Randall's egg. You can go see for yourself the whole story arc, okay, Carmen's Pimp? I'm very disappointed that you don't know the end of that story arc. Very disappointed in you. Yeah, correspond. Yo, stink!
Oh,
Ooh. Wow, I think that's pretty harsh, Tiffany. Don't make me tell you too, mister. I gotta tell me for your britches. Okay,
yeah,
I'm sorry.
You might be right.
It's okay, Carlos. I actually value the fact that you even know it enough to reference it at all. But Tiffany's very selfish. Don't you dare call me selfish! I'm the most selfless person in history! Okay.
She thinks that Eric is selfish.
You're selfish, horrible man!
Wow, she was really...
Don't make you mad, I'll make you my problem. Don't make me tell you too.
Who, me?
No, just Davis.
Oh.
You don't have a problem. I found you. You belong to me. Okay? So you ain't gonna remember that.
She lives by the rules of finders keepers.
Yeah, she does live by the rule of finders keepers. The thing is, she's only ever finding and keeping, never losing and weeping.
No.
Losing and weeping are not in her vocabulary. Oh, you got to go back in there too, Mr. Sasquatch. There's Sasquatch. I know you're Sasquatch. Boy, back in with weird days lately. Okay. He's hitting it with DJ, but she's looking for a commitment, but he's not that kind of Sasquatch, you know.
Oh, hello, handsome trouble. You look so handsome.
Yeah, Mr. Bobby, that's what that was. I bought at a antique store in Pomona a full house uh, toy that had a backdrop of their house and DJ and the other girl. Who was the other girl?
Who is the other girl?
And
Stephanie.
Stephanie. DJ and Stephanie. Yeah, I bought that thing. It had both those two girls and had their house, which Tiffany found, and DJ's been trying to get it back ever since. To no avail. Yeah. She brings Sasquatch with her, and I don't know if Rachel's tripping balls at all.
I'm not. I have had a good trip because I didn't have as much, but I'm just enjoying watching Kitty enjoy himself. Thanks, Just Davis.
The thing I always forget as well, Rachel, is I should give you the same amount I give myself because you're on an SSRI,
Oh.
which makes you trip less hard. I tended to give Rachel less drugs than me because I'm me, and I can take a lot of drugs, right? And other people, I assume, need less drugs than me in general.
I do need less, though.
But probably not with mushrooms, because you and I do them with equal frequency, and you're on an SSRI, so you should probably take even more than I take.
I'll take as much as you.
The other thing is, you've expressed to me too many times things like sometimes you don't like it, sometimes you're gonna puke, you get puking, sometimes you get on a mass.
I get scared.
It makes me want to be careful when I give you your dosage, but
well, I'll just take as much as I think.
Yeah, I mean, I gave you what I thought was the right amount for you today, but it sounds like it was too little. I mean, the thing is, after I puked, I didn't feel like I was tripping as hard as I was before I puked.
Yeah.
So I don't know. These are kind of weird mushrooms. Well, we make mushroom tea now. Thank you, Jess Davis. I didn't say that already. Thank you for the $5. You're a gentleman, a scholar, and a reader of fine literature, and so much more than just Davis. Okay, so much more than that. Well, the tea is the best way to avoid that. If you make mushroom tea, you don't have to worry about eating them at all.
Mm-hmm.
And so I made a whole ounce of mushrooms into 5 cups of tea. And then I had about a third of 5 cups. She had about a quarter of 5 cups.
You're right, though.
Mixed with what? Mixed with nothing. And just water and mushrooms. Boil them for a long time, and the water becomes very dark, and then you take the mushrooms out and you push on them all and make sure all the water is squeezed out of them. I have a colander that fits into the pot I use. It's for pasta, but it works great for this purpose as well. I don't want to put as much water in that it will cover them when they're in the colander, but I can still use it after. So I get tongs and pull all the mushrooms out, put them in the colander, and then smush all the mushrooms as much as I can to push all the water out after they've been boiling for a long time. Would you both be having as much fun using your imagination with toys without mushrooms?
Sure.
Depends. It's usually actually speed that makes me want to have more fun with toys than it is mushrooms. Mushrooms has an unpredictable impacts. Um, and I guess it does depend on which mushrooms you take too. I used to think that because formally, there's only one drug that's active, it's psilocybin, and the only difference between different kinds of mushrooms is how strong they are. But my experience invalidates that. Some mushrooms hit fast, some mushrooms hit slow. That doesn't make any sense, right? Which if my attention outward helped me get out of SI grip. Uh, I don't know. I'm not sure what SI grip is. If you mean you're remembering bad memories too much, well, yeah, sure. Focusing on something else will necessarily make you not focus on that. If you can find something exclusive that you can focus on that's exclusive of remembering, such as talking, creating something new, is fairly exclusive of remembering. Whereas, like, you could chop wood and still remember. But you gotta find something that's exclusive of remembering external. Otherwise, you'll still remember while you're doing stuff. No, we didn't mix anything else with it. Just mushrooms and water. It's not a very good tasting tea. Um, Not a terrible tasting tea either. But if you boil it down enough, you only got like a cup of warm liquid to drink. It's not that difficult to choke down. It's way easier to consume than eating mushrooms, that's for sure. Which, just eating those mushrooms before I even get them into my system would make me want to puke, you know? Because they were so gross. They are so gross. The tea doesn't taste bad. It tastes kind of like warm barnyard kind of
Yeah.
flavor, you know, like hay or something. Yeah, we got one of those chocolate. I got one of those chocolate things for free yesterday because, you know, if you spend a certain amount, they start giving you free stuff. And I got this one for free. Let's see what it says. These aren't as good as these ones.
Meow.
Right now, this is so
Meow.
small, even with my glasses, it's like
Oh,
1 gram
yeah.
per piece.
Plant-based nuggets, huh? I mean, I've had vegan. Meow. Meow.
It doesn't say how many pieces there are, though. Meow. Do you need more food or something? Or are you just being a meowsertons?
Oh, sometimes it's just a meow. I think we might need food. Yes, we do. Oh, yes.
See how many pieces there are. There are 2 pieces. Okay. There are 2 pieces, and each piece only contains 1 gram. So 2 grams is like a little more than half an eighth. So this is something that I would eat in addition to drinking tea or something. But I'm glad I got a different kind of mushrooms than the ones we took today to make the other tea out of. Just watched a video of a hippo hunting down lions. That sounds kind of savage. Okay, so it says I only started streaming 2 hours ago. I'm surprised. This seems like a longer stream than that. 2 hours, huh? It's hypocritical. Those hippos shouldn't be attacking lions. That's hypocritical of you. What? Well, you're critiquing hippos, aren't you? I mean, what I was actually thinking about is the fact that I am. Well, I have one more cigarette left. And I need to go get another pack of cigarettes this evening. I also need to put gas in the car at the same time because you know, I made it from LA to home and I still have 3 bars of gas left. But it's got to be just about to go down to 2. Once it gets to 2 bars of gas, that's when it goes, ding, you should put more gas in it. You know, I like to avoid that. I don't like the car to scold me. The Hippocratic Oath is the oath that hippopotamuses make to be more like aristocrats. Aristocratic.
Are they usually seen as aristocrats?
Hippos make an oath to be aristocratic. It's called the Hippocratic Oath. Well, I mean, I'm not delaying it. I have the same exact smoking situation as I said before. I'm going to get a pack of cigarettes. The weather's going to come in tomorrow night. You know, I'll have probably a full pack of cigarettes in time for that. But I don't expect us to be able to get out of here for several days at least, maybe more, because it's supposed to snow all the way through Friday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, maybe Saturday as well.
Yeah, Sunday it stops, but then again it starts again on Monday.
So we may not be able to get out of here for as long as 2 weeks potentially, you know. We definitely need to go to the store again tomorrow before that happens. But what I am going to get is nicotine lozenge type things. What I'm not going to get is a carton of cigarettes. It's going to get a pack. So
it looks like maybe around like 4 o'clock the rain is going to start tomorrow.
Right. It might start as rain here, but it's supposed to be a fairly cold storm, so it'll probably go to snow fairly quickly.
Yeah.
And from that point forward, it'll probably stay snow most of the time.
Yeah.
Even if it does go rain a little bit, it'll be. I don't think it's going to be enough to. I didn't know Aga made an offer to hypnotize me.
Me neither.
Yeah, I'll take her up on that. Sure, totally, I will. I guess that's what I get for not reading the chat very comprehensively. Comprehensive seems to be the word of the day. There's no reason to have any qualifier in front of comprehensively. That's what I get for not reading the chat comprehensively. Very comprehensively just reveals that you don't know what the word comprehensively means. It's like very unique or very pregnant. Something that I hope Rachel isn't.
What do you hope?
I hope you're not pregnant.
Oh my god. I hope I'm not too.
I don't think you are yet.
No, I don't think I am either.
It's more or less impossible. Because, the most successful way to prevent pregnancy is pulling out. It's 100% if you pull out before any goo squirts in there. There's only one instance this month where maybe some goo squirted in there. And it was like just a couple of days ago, way after ovulation period. So, even though she's a little late, it's more or less impossible that she's pregnant. Nevertheless, I worry about it a little bit. Cause we don't be wanting no baby.
No, baby.
We don't wanting no one.
No.
No baby chorus would be a good thing. No, we don't want no baby at all. We're both already our own babies. We don't need an actual baby.
No, you're my baby.
We're each other's babies, but we're both babies, so.
I think,
No, she doesn't want to be on the pill. The pill's hard on women. It's not good for their bodies. And I'm definitely not putting on a condom. You gotta be fucking crazy to suggest that. That's insane. No way. If we wanted to be super responsible, IUD's not a terrible idea. Have I seen Monster? I think I have. Pretty sure. Yeah, it's called a condom for a reason. It's a con. Not a pro. Not a prodom. It's a condom. It's like, here, make sure sex isn't any fun. Okay, that's a good idea. No, I mean, I think I've seen it, part of it anyway. But you have to remind me. You have to remind me a little bit about what it is before I can say for sure what it is. Tell me a little bit about it, and I'll remember what I've seen about it. I could never forget watching any kind of show around it. Either you got better SI than I, or you won't watch nearly as much anime as I do. One of the two. I watch so much anime; it's very easy for me to forget them. My SI is fourth, you know. But if you remember me of some specific, if you remind me of some specific plot point based in Germany about a doctor who gets involved with a murder, I think I started it. I think I barely started it. And it's not exactly my my genre of anime. I like more swords and dragons stuff, but I also have to be in the mood to watch something, and then if it is really good, even if it's slow getting started, I'm willing to give it that, but I have to be exactly in the right mood. If it's slow across the board, then there's no way I'm gonna watch it for very long. I mean, a good Swords and Dragons one is the new one. It's called it's called something like Campfire Cookout or something like that, but I call it Online Grocery because that's his unique skills, online grocery, and his new world of Swords and Dragons that he's in. He has the capacity to order stuff from a Japanese online grocery store. And depending on what he feeds things, it'll boost their stats and stuff. It's great. It's fantastic. I also like Handyman Saito, which is he's an ISTJ handyman who goes to the Swords and Dragons world and is finally valued for his skills. That was great. Saving 80,000 gold for my retirement is another new one that's currently going on in Crunchyroll that I like a lot. Ice Blade Sorcerer, that one's good too. I like that one. Um, what's that one of the four misfits?
Oh yeah.
That one's maybe the best one of them all, which is like it's called something like four people who don't believe in humanity will save the world.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah.
That one's really good. I like that one a lot. But I will still say the best anime that I've seen in a long time is not even my genre of anime at all. It's Blue Lock. It's about soccer. That is the most amazing cartoon. It is so powerful. It's like over, like before it even starts, it's over already. It's like, is that episode over already? It reminds me of my relationship I had with Attack on Titan when I was watching it, for the first time. Where it's like, oh my god, how could that episode be over already? It was just started. Attack on Titan is probably the number one best anime of all time.
Yeah.
Well, I like some of the sports anime a little bit. I like Haiku. I mean.
Oh yeah, Haiku's fun.
Haiku, I guess it's called.
Haiku, yeah.
Haiku. And I liked something, Kasuma's basketball or whatever it's called, something like that.
I kind of like the sports ones.
Attack on Titan uses a lot of it incorporates a lot of different archetypes, including biblical archetypes. And is, yet another Japanese cartoon that's incredibly powerfully informed by the fact they got nuclear bombed. It's Attack on Titan is a metaphor for World War II rewritten as with the Japanese as the persecuted ones.
Mm-hmm.
Because they have such a twisted relationship with their own history. They sanitize it so much. In Japanese schools, it's like Japanese history ends in 1930 and begins again in 1950. They just don't even include World War II in their history books.
Wow.
Well, one thing I'll say about Attack on Titan is it is a serious cartoon.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, I'm not super into serious cartoons generally myself, but that one was just so genius and conceptually, you got such genius concepts in it. Like these monsters are actually um, them who've been injected with something. Like only their people. They're kind of like the Jews, right? But they're kind of like Japanese people because they're on an island, right? So, of course, the Japanese are the most stubbornly ethnocentric of all people, perhaps. So, of course, they're going to think they're special and they have special super Japanese powers, and that it's in their blood, right? So So they make all this media to rewrite their identity as well, excise from their identity all of World War II.
Hmm.
And their media is constantly referencing it, like referencing nuclear bombs and stuff, especially.
Yeah, most anime has an explosion at some point.
It's super nuclear bomb-ish,
Mm-hmm.
right? Think about Hunter x Hunter. They that was they had this whole arc of nuclear bomb stuff, um, but usually it's a little less explicit than that. But it's still there. It's right. Like Koreans can have been if there's a Korean who has been living in Japan, their third generation living in Japan, they still have Korean citizenship in Japan. They can't get Japanese citizenship. That's how
Wow.
ethnocentric they are. You can be born in Japan, you're still not Japanese. Well, I mean, you can see what happens. It's getting smaller and smaller. It's dying out because it's it's making individuality inexcusable. So much so that people are killing themselves left and right, and so much so that nobody's having children because they're so also terrified of making a social mistake. Communitarianism is anathema to goodness. It's a cancer, and every manifestation of it, it's always a cancer. Any notion that the group always has to be put ahead of the individual has got it backwards. The individual needs to choose their groups in ways that are comprise fully informed consent, and cannot be defined by their groups. And if you try to force the other be the other way around, you end up with varying kinds of cancerous awfulness. Be they a self-destroying Japanese culture that can't even breed anymore, or a other destroying Islamic culture, or a slave valuing totalitarian nightmare like North Korea, or even the shitty compromise that is China. You know, in every instance, when you prioritize the group ahead of individual autonomy, you end up with nightmarishly bad outcomes. Well, I don't blame Japan for making Islam illegal. It's silly, obviously, because you can't make things that people believe illegal. You can't make a belief illegal. You can't police it. You can't even potentially police a belief. You can only make those behaviors illegal. You can make a mosque illegal. You can make selling the Quran illegal. You can make possessing the Quran illegal. You obviously can't make a belief illegal. It doesn't make any sense at all because it's impossible to police. Yet, people with no intuition. I mean, that's the crazy thing, Jess Davis, is since September 11th, 2001, the United States has waged war all over the place. There is exactly one place where it is legal and righteous and legitimate for the United States to wage war. Namely, the only country we're at war with because we never stopped being at war with them, North Korea. We have declared war on North Korea a long time ago, never undeclared it. We can wage as much war as we want there and nobody can say shit. Instead, we wage war everywhere else. That makes no sense at all. Obviously, if Bush wanted to go be a hero, North Korea was the place to do it before they had nuclear weapons. Go in there and topple that regime, you'll actually be greeted as liberators. Because that's a secular kind of enslavement regime. It's not a religion. Well, it used to be beneficial to China as basically a crazy thing that China could better control than anybody else, thereby giving China leverage over things, right? Now, Pyongyang doesn't even listen to China. So why doesn't anybody do anything about it? Because they have nuclear weapons, and it's pretty obvious that they will nuke Seoul, Korea, if anybody invades them. I mean, it's like you can reliably assume he's not going to initiate aggressions, or they, whoever's in charge of North Korea, because it would ensure their destruction, right? But you can also reliably assume that once their destruction is assured, they're going to be very spiteful about it. They're going to do whatever damage they can on their way out. So that's why currently North Korea is in a good position. It's why nobody should ever give up their nuclear weapons like Ukraine did. The thing is, Jeff Davis, I agree with you completely, and I suspect that we could take down North Korea without them shooting that nuclear weapon off. I'm skeptical of the efficacy of their nuclear weapons technology. I believe they've made a nuclear bomb. About their ability to successfully shoot it at South Korea, even though it's not very far away, I'm skeptical. And about, it's like, remember, it's a country where the top down is fear driven. So nobody actually trusts anybody. So it's like the leader is going to have it so that only he can do this thing, and it's going to be it'll probably be a fairly arduous process to actually do it. It's hard to say what their protocols are, but they're not going to be good protocols for actually launching a weapon, probably. And there's a lot of ifs and meows and mews in there. It's hard to say what we should do about North Korea now that they definitely have a nuclear weapon. What we should have done before they had one was very obvious. We should have toppled that regime. That regime deserved to be toppled. That was not going to be subject to mission creep. That wasn't in the Middle East amidst a bunch of sectarian violence between two different kinds of Muslims. It's just like, oh, what a quagmire the Middle East is to try to do anything like what Bush tried to do. You wanted to do regime change, you should have done it in fucking North Korea. You wouldn't have needed the whole fucking pony and whatever show that he put on before the UN either as justification because we're already at war with North Korea. What happens to your retards in office, I've never seen that movie, Lord of War. Never seen it. I mean, just Davis, the thing is, you're right. Now it's a very challenging thing to figure out. But in 2001, it wasn't a challenging question at all. Because they didn't have nuclear weapons yet. Just proof that it makes sense for every country to try to get nuclear weapons. It explains in no uncertain terms why Iran wants nuclear weapons. It's perfectly understandable why they want them. And our justification for why they can't have them is not going to hold any muster because it's incredibly hypocritical. We have shit tons of them. And the actual reason why they can't be trusted to have them is because they're a theocracy. But that's not the reason we're giving. What is that? A massive spider? Oh, that's a big spider. Guess I'm gonna kill it. Like the first spider I found in here, I like shoot it outside. But then I realized there's fair number of these spiders in here. Now I kill it.
Woo.
There's a big boy.
That was a big boy. Nice job.
Thanks. That's one fewer spider to worry about. There might be brown recluses around here, but the spiders that we see periodically are non-venomous spiders. They're just like big wolf spiders or something. Well, that was my attitude when I saw the first spider was don't kill it, just put it outside. Once you realize there's a fair number of spiders around here, you go, okay, this is no longer respect life. This is I've got a pest issue. It's time to destroy these vermin. I mean, the thing is, we don't really have a pest issue in the sense that there's not that many spiders. It's weird. It's like there's too many for me to let them live, but there's not that many. And it's not like I see webs around and stuff. I don't know. It's one of nature's mysteries, 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 mysteries. Along with where clouds come from and why is there dirt? Scientists the world around go, it's part of nature's mysteries, 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 mysteries. Today we'll answer important questions like, why thing why? And what? Today on Science Today, we'll answer important questions. Why thing what? And what? Why thing that way? Why thing that way is a good science question. Why thing that way? Because. The answer. Because meow. Why thing that way and what that thing are two very valuable science questions. What that thing? Why thing that way? That's a tree. Why thing that way? It's just what it is. It's a tree. It's what it is. That's how it is. Why think that way? Well, because God wanted it like that. Me want to talk God. Or you want to ask God those questions, huh? Okay, well, you'll have to make an appointment. God doesn't just take walk-ins, you know. You got to make an appointment years ahead of time. I got an appointment to talk to him in 2074. It means I got to live another 41 years or something, right? 51 years? Oof. Put me at 102. I think I can do it. I think I'm going to make it. I'm going to make that appointment. I get to talk to God before I die. who knows what happens after you die? So if you don't schedule it in advance, you may never get to talk to God. I've got a number of questions to ask him when I finally have my appointment, have him in front of me. I'm gonna ask him, why take that way? I'm gonna say, was I really the only one saying about COVID? Or surely there were other people saying it, right? I'd be like, no, it's just you, dude. That boy Klaus was wrong. Wow, I'll say. Gosh, God, why did you make it go like that? I was just fucking with you. I wanted to make you think everything was a simulation. Mission accomplished, man. Mission accomplished. Why did you pay so much attention to me, though? I like you. You're a cool guy. Really? That's why? Yeah. Wow, I could not be more flattered, God. I mean, literally, I could not be more flattered. I'm stunned. I have no answer for you. You picked me out to be special because you think I'm cool? That's the only reason? Wow. Well, maybe I actually am cool. And if you think I'm cool, well, I mean, I don't really have any choice but to believe it now. That's what I'm anticipating is going to happen in my conversation with God. But could go very differently, of course. Could be like, no, there were tons of people saying it, Eric. You just weren't you were only researching in English. You just needed to research in Hindi and you'd find it all over the place. Like, well, can't blame myself for not researching in a language I don't know. Be like, no, you're right. You can't blame yourself for that. You can blame yourself for not learning Hindi. I would say, well, I could, but I didn't want to learn Hindi and I don't regret not learning it. You'd say, hey, I'm God. You better listen to that. And God's a little bit like Tiffany. So anyway, hi Levi Samuels.
Hey, Levi Samuels.
What's good? Righteousness and truth. Freddy Got Fingered was one of the most brilliant films of all time.
I don't know about that.
Well, there's a sentence you don't expect anyone to say.
No.
You get credit for an original sentence. Karma's Pimp. A sentence I did not expect to read. That movie should never have been made. I'm into that. Mr. Bobby's on board with Heat. That movie should never have been made as well.
Yeah, I think so too.
Rachel as well. Just Davis says, I would never want to know why did I ask. I don't know what that means. Mr. Poppy calls it incredibly horrendous, absolutely horrible, objectively horrible.
Wow.
So, I mean, consensus seems to be that it was not a brilliant film. Now, granted, sometimes consensus can be wrong, but no, the Bum Bum song should not have won the Grammy, and
Oh
that's
my
another thing that should
god.
never have been made. Oh,
I forgot about that.
so horrible. Uh, SE Doms should not become comedians.
Hmm.
That's what it boils down to.
No. Oh, good girl. Good
They
girl,
aren't funny.
Good girl.
Yeah, well, you may have made a lot of money, but it was at the expense of the art landscape. Like, clear cutting a forest makes you a lot of money, doesn't do much for the view. I see DOMs may be best suited to successfully monetizing comedy. I don't know if I would dispute that, but they're certainly not suited to make good comedy. At best, they make okay comedy, like Adam Sandler, you know?
Adam sounds like a good example of that.
Your brother's in ESFP and he's pretty funny as a comedian. Maybe you're biased, though. I mean, the thing is, there's no such thing as pretty funny. There's hilarious and failure. If you're a comedian, right? It's why it's the most brutal art form to attempt. Am I in the mood to type you? No. Do I take Ritalin? No. Do I take anything because of ADHD? No. Do I take Adderall? Yes. Why? Because I like it. Which is the best reason to take a drug. I guess it's tied with I need it. Rachel takes some drugs she needs to take.
Yeah.
Probably a better reason to take drugs than even I want to. If I'm being honest about things. But the worst reason to take speed is because you have ADHD. This is dumb. ADHD is not a real thing. It's just non-action types projecting their frame of reference as a norm that we fail to meet, you know? It's insane. There's nothing wrong with me that needs to be treated with speed. I like speed. Don't you think you are a toxico man? I don't know what that means. Big Daddy's not good. Billy Madison, not really. It, He had a good movie or two before that.
For Billy Madison?
I am becoming too soft. I need to wake up. Let's see. What are you going to say that's going to cause me to hide you? Should I just hide you in advance or not? Let's let it play out. So, this is a good opportunity to discuss the importance of transparency, right? Versus pretending to be somebody you're not. Pretend coming around as a character of some sort, trying to, yeah. It's it's both weak because you're not just being who you are. You're too scared to present what you have to say as who you are. You have to hide behind this fake identity. And it's instructive about how important it is to be transparent and honest in life, or else you end up being this kind of joke, who's who's not actually a person who's behaving as themselves, who's hiding behind a character, and is here purely to attack me and presumably to provoke some sort of response. But once again, is somebody who discovers it's just a teachable moment for me. This is a good example of what I've been talking about when it comes to the importance of actually not misrepresenting yourself, to being who you actually are and be transparent and honest and prioritizing that above other considerations.
Should we sweep the train? By the garage?
Oh, the drain.
Yeah, the drain.
Yeah, I definitely should sweep that. And a couple other things I want to do before the snows come. Well, I don't. Regardless of who you are, my goal here is not to present the best of myself. My goal is simply to present the actuality of myself. Right? I'm not trying to posture at all, nor am I trying to get your approval via things that I don't value, like my how well I look or something like that, the background or various other FE things. I might value them for myself as I want to, but I'm not going to uphold them as a value that's going to guide my presentation overall. So um, I'm presenting myself in the best possible way, which is I'm not presenting myself at all. What you see is what you get. Now, it's the best possible way for me, right? Because I'm prioritizing the truth, transparency, and things like that over other considerations. So, yep, you spell it just like that, Mr. Bobby. Kapio.
Capilla.
Capio looks, Capio looks fake. She looks like she's been airbrushed onto there or something.
No.
She looks like she's been photoshopped. Well, a couple of things to make it look messy, like this and this. These things make it look messy. And this, but yeah, I don't really care. This looks messy. This doesn't bother me that much. Trouble's over there.
Thanks, Levi Samuels. Is he cute too? Aww.
He's guarding the entrance to the kitchen. You always wanted a cat of your own. I mean, getting a pet is like getting a child. It's a big responsibility, and it's a relationship you have for the duration of that animal's life. So, you know, we fought against having trouble as best we could, but trouble won. So now trouble is part of the family and is trouble. It's like he was so expensive to get up here because we had to sedate him just to get the vaccines he had to get to be boarded, and it's just like everything about him was trouble. He also had cat AIDS, so oh yeah, because I mean, I was unable to get him into the cat carrier without getting scratched myself, even though I was fully prepared with like gloves and everything. I still managed to get scratched. And when we got down to the vet, and the vet's like, "Well, kid, what happens if we were to just open the thing and let him out?" And he'd be like, "Oh, no, no, no." Then at that point, your whole life is, how can I get him back in this box without losing most of my blood?
The girl at the lady at the uh boarding place had no problem at all with trouble.
Right. She had the magic touch.
She did.
No, fortunately, cat AIDS is not something people can get.
I asked the same question, to be honest, because I was wondering.
But and even if they could, I don't think I'd be able to get it from him scratching me. Right? Apparently, cats who get it, they have to have big open wounds.
Oh, really?
Yeah, apparently it's not that easy
Because
to get.
they made it very dramatic over the phone. They said that it's through saliva, so they shouldn't share bowls.
Yeah, well, the reality is it's hard for cats to get it. They have to get bitten by another cat badly.
Oh, so it's
So it
not
is saliva, but it's not like just by eating out of the same bowl. Delilah confirmed this for me. She's
Okay,
researched
that's
these
good.
extensively.
Oh, did she?
Yeah, because how obsessed she is with her cat and how it's got various problems, and she's got NI fourth, so she researches every possible cat disease.
So she researched cat AIDS.
Yes, she's researched it extensively.
Ah, so she found out that a cat has to have like deep wounds.
Yeah, it's usually transmitted in fights in which there were
That makes sense.
bad wounds.
That makes sense. Trouble when he was a tomcat was very aggressive.
Yeah, he got in plenty of fights.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Troubles. I wouldn't call him cranky.
No, he's not cranky.
He's touchy.
Yeah.
Like, he doesn't necessarily want you to pet him a bunch, but he's not cranky. He may feel. Apparently, Delilah was telling me that there's added sensitivity. This may be why he doesn't like to be pet that much.
Yes, that's what I researched and I said too.
Oh, maybe you told me that instead of Delilah telling me that.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
That's what I read.
Right, so that's possible as well. Sorry for crediting Delilah with your work.
That's all right. We were both researching the same thing.
Yeah, that's the sort of thing that my SI fourth is not very good at. Like, I'll hear something, I don't remember exactly who I heard it from,
Oh.
Well, I think of him being a cranky, being um, like leave me alone. I want to get away from you. I don't. Whereas Troubles always wants to be with us.
Oh yeah. He's not happy that he's in the living room right now. Like he prefers to be in bed. But he's definitely with us. Like he would rather be near us than far.
Yeah, Trouble has a spotted past. He used to be an intravenous drug user. That's how he got candidates. It's good stuff. It's good stuff, Karma's pimp. He's doing that 6 feet distance thing. No, he's saying, let's go to bed. But it's 8 o'clock. I'm not sleepy at all because I did all of the Adderall today, except for the one that I gave Rachel. So I'm not going to be sleepy for a while, I don't think. And Trouble doesn't like that. Trouble wants us to be like farmers, to go to bed with the sun and get up with the sun.
Yeah, like in the morning, he's so like meowy excited. Like,
oh my god!
Meow, meow, and I'm like, what do you want from me? Like, my legs were super like.
Let me tell you how this morning was. Trouble was full of meow. Rachel said, "I'm going upstairs," and went upstairs to sleep. And left me there to deal with Mr. Meowing Pants, who cannot decide whether he wants to go outside or stay inside or what the fuck he wants.
He didn't.
He comes, he meows again, and I say, okay, you have enough food or what? You got plenty of food. Do you want to go outside? No. Okay. All right, whatever. I'm going back to bed. And then, like 5 minutes later, he comes in. Meow, meow, meow.
Yes.
I get up and say, okay, well, what do you want then? The third time, I opened the door and he was near it. I physically kicked his butt out of the house and closed the door behind him.
Good.
Because he's got no consideration for the fact that this morning, neither of us was in any mood to be getting up because we took that edible and fucking floored us.
Yeah, I'm sorry that
Oh, now you did the smart thing, Rachel. You said, I'm out of here. That's fine.
I tried my hardest with him. I was like, what do you want from me?
He wants us to be up with him.
Yeah, like he was so excited.
He wants us to get up and have breakfast with him and see him off for his work day like a good wife, or his cat work day.
Yes. Oh, you should see the face he's giving us now. It's like, you guys are not funny.
Just like he expects us to be good wife and watch him eat dinner at the end of his work day. He's like, you guys just sit around here all day. I'm off at work and then I come home and you're not. What is going on with these people? Hi, Carissa Gillard.
I'm going to pull a card for Trouble.
Carissa Gillard. Carissa Gillard.
He got bold. Plenty of material things.
You do have plenty of material things. Trouble. Oh, yes, Mr. Man Kitty. We're talking about you.
He went upstairs.
Did he?
He did.
When?
Just tonight.
Really? Did he follow you up there or something?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
I didn't know until I stepped out of the bathroom. I was like, oh, you're upstairs. It's good.
Yeah, show me he's right. I wasn't going to say anything, but you are so late. I can't believe you have the gall to show up this late.
But if you're wearing a cool outfit, you'll totally be like, it's like, we'll pass. You'll pass. Nest. An emotionally secure, loving family is important to you.
Carissa Gillard, are you wearing a fabulous hat?
It's a great question.
If so, is it by any chance one of those hats made out of fruit?
Chiquita banana?
Well, let's look up fruit hat.
Carmen Miranda? Was that her name?
Yeah, maybe. Famous fruit hat. Carmen Miranda hat. Where in the world is Carmen Miranda? Instead, the question is, where in the world is Carmen Sandiego? This one. It's got grapes, it's got papaya, it's got pineapple, so many fruits. So many fruits.
Yeah. It's good for when you're hiking.
Oh, your hat's tinfoil.
Oh my god! Imagine someone brought that hat to Naked and Afraid.
The fruit hat? My survival item is this Carmen Miranda hat. It's got so many fruits on it. Hey, we're gonna get TI tests.
Hey, we're gonna get TI tests, so you are in the right place.
I have a link to some of those someplace. Let me see. Do I really want to look for it right now for you? I do like to share such information, but I also don't like to look for things. You need an STD test. Well, go ahead and get one. Then you'll know if you've got sexually transmitted disease.
Oh, yeah.
LCD HCF basic third grader. How quick can you? Lowest common denominator, highest common
Frequency?
frequency? Yeah, it must be something else. If it's the correlate to denominator, it must stand for something else.
Fraction?
Highest common factor.
Factor, yeah.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, it's got to be a factor.
Yeah, factor makes sense.
Well, I need to go get a pack of cigarettes. So the question is, should I end this stream or should I not end the stream Rachel, you stay here and run the thing. What do you prefer, Rachel?
I say keep it going.
Okay. So I will go do that and leave you in the very capable hands of Rachel.
Make trouble get it? He's already been out at work. He's in no mood.
I need to put gas in the car anyway. Probably air in the tire as well. Probably got a quart of oil too.
It's the me and Pee-Pee show.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that's easily adjustable. If you want to move the camera around, you can.
Okay.
If you like, right now it's looking from above down on you. If you want it exactly square, I'd have to lower it down a little bit. You want it exactly square, like.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
No, I don't get social anxiety I'm not being forced to keep the chat going.
She had the choice.
Yeah.
Alright, I said, do you want me to end this? Do you want to come with me, or do you want to stay here and do that? How's that? Is that better?
Yeah, that's good.
That
Thank
seems a little bit more. I can't see that side of it, but it seems a little more square. Alright, I'll be back in about half an hour. It takes me about 15 minutes to get the boot jack. 15 minutes back, plus maybe 5 minutes there, so. Anyway.
Be safe.
I will. Where are my keys?
Here.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Oh, the TI test. Well, it's not gonna happen right now. Yes, Pisces month is here. Hey, Winston's mom. Basic math is not TI. Yeah, I have. Well, like, but it has like steps. It's very TE. It has certain steps that you have to take. Well, I guess not basic math, mostly some. And then you get into if, then, therefore. But it does have TE because there's steps. There's like steps you have to take in order to get to the thing that you Some of it's SI too. TISI. Oh my god, I cannot stand Bodmas. That's what I mean, is that there's an order to them. Bodmas is the order of functions for math. Yeah, what is? Oh my god, I can't even take this conversation. It's okay, Boba Fett. Order of operations is TE. Everyone knows that. So it's like, I'm good at math if I practice it, like algebra, or where X and Y stuff, like the stuff, the brackets that you were talking about, with practice. But TI does not mean that you're smart. TI and TE mean that you're smart, just in different ways. Cup. You should accept valid criticism. I should. It is like, yeah, exactly, brackets. Sorry. I have TI third. It means I'm selfish about it. Does anyone want tea leaf cards? Hierarchies are poo. Only because the wrong people are in. Okay. Boba Fett. What card for Boba Fett? Yeah, tea leaf cards. They have like commands and stuff. Alright. Boba Fett and then Just Davis. Boba Fett. Warning you of a problem either now or in the near future. Can't really see. It's focusing on me. Whatever. That's the finger. Guy pointing finger. Yeah, pull my finger. Boba got finger? That's funny. Just Davis, and then Karma's Pimp. Just Davis. Broken wishbone. Wish will not be granted. You got the little part of the bone. Yeah, see, sometimes like I like to have more than one card be in a reading because they're like commands. I'll do one for me too, so it's not so like everyone can see how temperamental tea leaf cards are. Karma's Pimp is next. Mom's pimp. Nest. An emotionally secure, loving family is important to you. That's a cute one. It's a nice one. Okay, and now I'm gonna do me. I'm gonna choose one for me. Do me. Yeah, it is cute. Nest. There's like a book that comes with it that has the descriptions. It's just they're very long. Or it's not even that they're long, but I have to look through. I don't really feel like doing that right now. Alright, for me. Boat. Money or property through an inheritance, winning, or windfall. Well, that's true. Yeah, thanks, Mr. Bobby. It is. 2 no buenos and 2 buenos. Yeah. Let's do, okay, so who got, let's do 2, let's see if we can get 2 more buenos. Okay, this one. Cobweb. Protected from negative forces beyond your control. Another bueno. So for whoever needed that one, Cobweb. Protected from negative forces beyond your control. And let's see if we get another bueno. No, I didn't do one for show media. Does he want one? He or she want? Show media one? Cobweb one was for general everyone. Yeah, Spidey web. It was a picture of a spider web. It was a positive one. It was saying protection from negative energy. Yeah, so we all got a nice one. Yep. So I'm trying to get another one so that we could have 4 buenos and 2 no buenos. Okay, show media, we got one for you. Show media. Show media, gong, an exciting event. Yes, another bueno. It's redeeming itself. Well, the one about the cobweb protected energy, Just Davis, was for everyone in the chat. So you get another good one. You can, let me see. I'll try to get you another card. Just Davis. Let's see. Just Davis. Why the hat? You will be playing a different role. That's interesting. That means that you can be becoming a parent or graduating from something, or like you could be on like a sports team and you're taking on a different position. It could be at work, taking a different position, stuff like that. Yeah, it's a Turkish hat. What do we need to know about this upcoming winter storm in Mariposa? Well, family wishes come true. Interesting. Interesting. I don't know. What do you guys think? What's up? You're welcome. Karma's Pimp, it's my pleasure. Yeah, the Albanian hat. That was controversy. Umbrage, what a word. What is the definition of umbrage? El Capillo and Trouble. You are so cute. It's a kitty party over there. Wait, more. One kitty. And then where's Capillo? You can't really see her from here. She's over there. No. I don't know what Capillo is. She might be a Capricorn. TI is used in grammar. Like, if Susie goes to the bank, then Susie has money. If Susie doesn't have money, she doesn't go to the bank. Susie went to the bank. Does Susie have money? That's how it's used in grammar. The cats are waiting for Eric to come home. Sweet. I think Sweetheart Boba Fett. Um, One of like the things that I learned in a grammar class was like to put like parentheses. Is this the brackets around the like one area of the sentence and then the other area of the sentence, and yeah, like yeah, exactly. Yeah, so like you break it off into separate almost sentences, but it's not. It's just the containing words, and but Eric has a really good way of testing for it. Oh my gosh, Mr. Bobby, that was my worst nightmare. Getting called up to the board when the teacher knows you have no idea what's going on. Oh my gosh, that was my life in math class. Oh, it was like so unfair. Because like standing there and I'd be I think it's plus, uh, hmm. Well, that could say something about your any Boba Fett. Oh my god, statistics. I had to take it for sociology. I was like, I was good if I practiced, but I just never practiced because I just didn't want to do math. Hmm. I feel like the mushrooms now, and I feel like if I'm like, I don't know what time Eric would be back by. Just Davis, your math was always your worst subject. It was always mine too. Science second. Even though I was interested in science, I was terrible at it. Um, just in some, and then in some classes I was good, but like chemistry couldn't get me to do it. Saturday school detention stinks. I've never had to do that before, thank goodness. But that doesn't sound, I mean, just from the Breakfast Club, doesn't seem like a pleasant place to be. I liked history and writing too. We had Boba Fett says back in the day here they'd have you dissect live mice live. Wow, for biology we had like cold frogs that we had to open up. I don't know how I didn't throw up. It smelled so bad and it looked so bad. Oh, Capio, I know, me too. I want to know where Daddy is, but he'll be back soon. No, no. You know that you can't. Good girl. He did the frog thing too. Yeah, I don't know when they stopped doing that. Isn't she queen? She's such a queen. Capio the sweetheart. Yes. You. Oh, yes, Capio. Oh, yes. Mommy and Daddy love you. You love me so much. Okay, so what? Because, like, I don't think they do the frog stuff anymore because of ethical reasons. They found it to be unethical. Who are the first 10 presidents, Mr. Bobby? I'd like to know. Do you remember? Wow. It's pretty intense. I mean, that'll show you, like, who's serious about being in med school and who's gonna drop out. I mean, I guess for med school, it's pretty important to work on a human body because that's what your job is going to be entailing. You're going to have to know the insides first before you can know the outside from the outside, what's going on. George Washington, John Adams, Thomas Jefferson, John Quincy Adams, James Madison. Okay, that's great. That's good remembering though for all those because I don't know. Yeah, thank God for people who can handle that. I agree, Karma's pimp. It is like pretty disgusting. You're welcome, Mr. Bobby. Thank you, New Groove. It's the Capio. It's very rare. But they made it into a hat because Capio is the best. And she's very warm. Oh, damn. Fake nurses? That's. Wow. That's not good. Wow. I did not hear about that. That does sound insane. Makes sense. Because, like, there definitely have been times where I'm like, how do these people, like, get this job? But if you can fake a diploma, wow. Wow. This is pretty big news. It's terrible. I don't know the special forces guys. What happened with that? Operation Nightingale. I don't know. Karma's Pimp. How do they get away with that many fakes? I don't know. There's machines. It's not that hard. You can do it on. You can make diplomas on, the newest Microsoft version or Adobe. I guess you can fake credentials though. Yeah, and there's definitely people who would make fake diplomas and make money after that. For shizzle. Rachel, how do you handle SI does? I'm mostly talking about ESTJs, I guess. I don't really understand the question. The way that I handle SIs, I try to like set alarms. Like if I have to get up at a certain time, I set an alarm for myself. Like if my hair is like feeling greasy, then I know I need to take a shower. Um, if I smell, I know I have to take a shower. Um, like sometimes like I forget that I have neuropathy and I'll try to like move really fast and I'll like stumble. Oh, wow. Yeah, yikes for sure. Florence Nightingale. Salute. Good night, New Groove. Hope that Eric's okay. I don't know what time he left. busy my mind. Who would like a mouse tarot card? I wonder. Not yet. Tomorrow. We're gonna get snow for like 5 days straight. And then for one day it won't snow. And then for another 5 days. So like, yeah. Alright, Boba Fett. Here's one for you. The sun. You got a little mouse and he's hanging on a sun balloon. Oops. Oh no. Hi. Still waiting. The cat's name's Capio, and well, one of them is Capio, and one of them is Trouble. Meow. Yes, it's you. Mr. Bobby, how long do you think it's been? Like, should I be worrying? He doesn't have a phone on him. What is an e-bud? Any is the ability to come up with many different ideas and scenarios for a concept or idea. Why should I quit worrying. Is this unusual, like, for it to be this long? I mean, I thought it took longer than 15 minutes, but he knows that it takes 15 minutes, but I don't know. And understanding a certain topic as a whole. Meow. Meow. Oh, meow. It's hard to not worry. Do a card for Eric, okay? I don't know how long he's been gone for. I don't know what time he left. Okay, for Eric. Five, six, seven, 8 of sticks. Wait, five, 6, 7, 8 of sticks. Oh, he's here. No, he's not. Shit, he's not here. It was just trouble and mad. Sounded like someone was at the door. It's like he wants me to go to bed right now. No, it's not Eric. He's not right here. Alright, the card for Eric. Queen of Swords. He's chatting maybe with someone. He's being chatty, not realizing the time. I'm okay. I'm like wondering where he is. Like, I don't know how long it takes from here to Boot Jack. He said 15 minutes, but I don't know what time he left, so I'm like at a loss. Plus, there's like, he doesn't have his phone on him. I mean, it doesn't work anyway. He doesn't get. We both don't get service. It is 15 minutes to get there, 15 minutes getting back, but I don't know what time you left. Yeah, she is. Oh, you guys can't see me? Or you can. I can't see me. Oh, I hear a car door slam. Hi.
Hi.
I'm so glad you're back.
I was gone a long time.
Yeah.
How long was I gone for?
I don't know, a long time. It felt like a long time.
It takes a long time to get there and back. Especially at night, because I drive slower because, you know, it's pretty sketch.
Yeah.
I tell you what I need is a road map. Jazz. Not running sweet. 4 minutes.
Just not what?
So, one thing I wanted to say, mind if I move this back over here?
No, I don't mind at all.
I actually had several things I was thinking about what I wanted to say when I got back. Not just one. Um, but one of the things is I kind of want to get a part-time job at the boot jack market. They're hiring. I think that might be a good job.
Yeah.
You know, it's like I wouldn't want to work more than 3 4 hour shifts a week, but I could see that being a delightful addition to my life, and that it would help me to get to know everybody in the hood, and you know, it's the kind of job that would be easy to do. I should have no problem hiring me because it's like there's nothing sketchy about me at all. I don't really have a resume that's relevant to the job. Like I've never worked at a gas station market before, but I did work at a deli once, but that was a long time ago. So last time I used a cash register. But I think I could probably still get that job, even though I don't really have relevant experience.
Yeah, I think so too.
Because I suspect that what they were prioritizing, they want to make sure that they've got somebody there they can trust with the cash register and the cash and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they can definitely trust me with that. And they should be able to determine that because even though I don't have relevant experience, if I get a chance to sort of explain my circumstances, they should get that. And because, my last time I worked for somebody, I was the director of Kudos, College of Youth Leadership, director of a private competition debate school. So that was years ago too. After I did that, I was just a private debate coach, either formally with autonomy debate or intelligently without an LLC, just by myself doing things, which turned out to be a much better approach. Did I interrupt your card doings?
No, you didn't.
Okay. Um. Anyhow, that was on my mind. The only thing that was on my mind, I will get to when I get back from stirring and putting it back in for 3 minutes.
Hi, Wobet. Yeah, it's true, Mr. Bobby.
So, the only thing I was thinking about on that drive was how I misattributed to Delilah information I heard from Rachel. And I was thinking, I wonder why it is that in some circumstances I don't remember well who said what. In other circumstances, I remember very precisely who said what. What I concluded is, I think when people are relating to me third-party information, then I don't think it's relevant to retain who's telling it to me, because after all, if it's wrong or something, it's not them saying it. So, and it's something where I'm just purely receiving information, like I did from both Rachel and Delilah about cat AIDS. I guess I'm not likely to retain for exactly who I get the information from because it's not their information, right? It's like they're not saying their own opinions about things. They're saying something that they read, which I have no reason to question the validity of it all, So because it's purely expository like that, it seems like I don't retain who said that kind of information. That was my only explanation I could come up with anyway. Was that's the worst debating type? I mean, ISFJs are very bad, yeah, but ISFPs are probably the absolute worst. I'm hungry. I'm getting impatient waiting for my food. um, Which is the best introverted debater? INTJs or INTPs. It's a toss up really. I've had fantastic INTP debaters and fantastic INTJ debaters. Um, INFJs can be very good too. One of my best debaters was named Lyle. He was an INFJ. The thing is, he had a lower ceiling than an NTP or an INTJ does. But depends what format of debate also. In public forum, which is more aimed at lay judges, uh, he he had he was very effective because he had great FE. How do you think FI Doms would do in a debate? I mean, INFPs can do fine because they don't like the conflict aspect of it really. But INFPs are intentionally configured to do fine at it. It's kind of important to remember that different formats of debate reward slightly different skill sets too. Public forum um, is more rewarding of presentational stuff like how you present as a speaker, whereas policy debate doesn't prioritize that very much at all.
Hot.
Because that one bite was so much hotter than the last.
Mm.
In the preceding.
Mm.
Is the format of the debate competition like, well, Sam Harris isn't an ENTJ. Sam Harris might be an INFJ. I mean, he's the one of the public big name quote unquote debaters who's most worthy of respect. He has the cleanest ideation. But yeah, I mean, the reason I think he's an INFJ is his TI is very good, but it doesn't seem to come easy to him exactly. Or he seems to be thinking hard about certain TI things that if he were an NTP, it wouldn't be thinking hard about, you know? It was is excellent.
Moni, I answered that question, but you can ask Eric. I want to see what he says if it matches up.
What question is it?
What is NI?
What is NI? It's the knowledge function of identity. So it plays out as fluency with relevance. Action taken, like guided by NI, is maximally impactful to the extent that it's more consistent with NI that's good, you know? But the thing to remember is that for any individual person who's like an NI Dom, like Rachel, it means they move through life observing the external world and knowing it objectively by what it is.
I said that it's the ability to like condense an idea into one thing.
Well, yeah. If you want to describe a skills test for NI, the most effective one we have is a concision test, where you tell somebody a long sentence with a lot of repetitious parts that are maybe slightly different from each other and ask them to condense it down to a single, clean, straightforward statement. NI polar people can't do it. So that's a good way to is that NI is actually a knowing observation function. It's not a skill like that, right? Those skills correlate strongly more strongly than any normal correlate would, right? But they're still just a correlate. And NI as it's used in the dominant slot is a receiving function. It's not doing anything, it's observing and knowing what it observes. That's a cat. This is a fork. Do you want to eat some of this? Is that what you're trying to tell me? Here.
Yeah, like he licked all this. He liked to eat the.
There you go. If you find something in there you want to eat, go for it.
He likes the blue cheese dressing.
Does he?
Yeah, he licked all of it, all the lettuce.
No, NI is not all about how things were in the past and how they play out in the future. No, not at all. SI pays attention to the past. NI is the alternative way of knowing. It's forward looking or present looking, right? People with good NI may be able to successfully anticipate how dynamic forces in the present are going to play out. But people with dominant NI are definitely not referencing the past, sometimes to their detriment, right? So intuition is not always right any more than experience is always right. There are two different ways of knowing something. Experience is knowing from your own personal past, right? And intuition is knowing without referencing that. If NI is in the third slot, and any function in the third slot is selfish and childlike. Um, for me, that means like I want people to think I'm smart and acknowledge that I'm correct and laugh at my jokes if they're good. Uh, it's very straightforward, but it's not very wise about FE stuff, right? Getting people to like you is not a good way to do that. If is to show them how smart you are. The point being, I guess I'm not really trying to get people to like me. I'm just being very selfish and childlike with my FE. I'm just like, I want applause when I want it, and I want questions when I want them, and I want, I don't know. The point is, NI third slot is a better third slot function to have as third slot because, well, especially if you're like FI with NI third slot, ISFP, then you have clarity about what you want and you know it's universally so, and you're gonna be fine with narrowing your narrow uses of NI because they're going to be consistent with what you want. So that makes good sense, ISTP is a little bit more challenging because they have super unconscious FI. So
I used my TI most as a child. Like, the, the situation that comes to mind is my sister's birthday. It was one of her birthdays, and my mom and dad woke me up, but I clearly needed to sleep more, and I was like in a cranky mood.
I like TI is like 50-50.
Yeah.
Fair is 50-50.
Yeah.
You don't really need to think any beyond that.
Yeah. So I was like, it's not my birthday, it's her birthday. She wants to be up at this time opening presents, that's fine, but why do I have to be up at this time?
Yeah. And you're probably thinking, I won't require her to be up when it's my birthday.
Yeah, exactly.
That's fair.
Mm-hmm.
That's like childlike. Yeah.
Yeah.
More of a value, less of a skill.
Yeah.
Same with me and FE, right? Like I beat myself up when I make big FE mistakes or position, like come across as an ass or whatever.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
But I don't really aspire to good FE heights per se. I don't celebrate any of my successes, but I beat myself up over my failures in that area. And it's in part because I've narrowed the scope of my expected FE to just not fucking up. Right? It's childlike in the sense that I'm never gonna be successful at this, but I can hopefully avoid fucking up too badly. When I don't avoid that, then I really beat myself up. Right. I don't necessarily like the way I was at the hotel when talking to Victoria. Even though I was fairly cognizant of it, I I may have like come off of as braggy or something. Uh, but it's hard because she wanted to know. She, I think, genuinely wanted to hear the end of the story because she was like on a vacation the last week that we were at that hotel, so she never got to hear the end of the story. So I had to tell her the story, and it's a story like I feel good about and everything, and it came out great for us or whatever. It's a hard story to tell without sounding like boastful, maybe, or I don't know. That one is tricky. It's like I have a general sense that I could have done a little bit better at avoiding that, but when I think about it, it's like realistically, given the context, I'm talking to a bartender who I was smart. I went there first and chatted with her when there was nobody at the bar, like at 4 o'clock. Then when Delilah got there later and we were at the bar, it was busy, so we didn't have a chance to chat with her much. But she got to meet Delilah and everything. That was cool. And Delilah says she wants to go to bartender school, which is exactly what Victoria did, and is I think a very good idea. I think she should go to bartender school, become a bartender. She'd be a great bartender. The reason Victoria did it is you get to bypass all the normal stepping stones you have to take to get up to bartender, which is kind of considered like the top of the food service because they get maximal tips, right? Let me get a lighter. As usual, I failed to come outside to smoke a cigarette correctly. Okay, so I'm back, like the Backstreet Boys. I'm as back as the Backstreet Boys. Which is to say, very back. How do you know the difference between TI and FI? Um, well, TI is interested in what's inconsistent or consistent with other words. FI is concerned with what's consistent or inconsistent with your wants and needs and interests. I think I'm super smart and logical. FI. Actually being smart and logical. Yeah. I'm a very stable genius. FI. Actually being a stable genius. TI. I said grammar is linked to TI. Grammar is very much linked to TI. Grammar is a super TI thing. Everything is determined by its role it's playing related to other things in the sentence, right? Like you start off with determining what the verb is, and there's no deduction there. It's just ni. This is the verb, right? But then the rest of the stuff, there's like a script of questions you can ask that determine exactly what everything is. Like who verb, who or what verbs. The answer to that question is the subject of the sentence. And almost all grammatical questions are determinate. Even if they're not, they're determinate as this or this, depending on interpretation, right? They're not, there's no, there's no subjectivity. This is definitely an adverb clause because of the following reasons. It's a closed system. If you wanted to learn all there is to learn about English grammar, you can do so by acquiring my book, The Orderly World of Grammar, which teaches you everything you need to know about grammar by sentence diagramming, the best way to teach grammar and the best way to learn grammar. And the only way to actually learn grammar, in my opinion. I never learned grammar in school at all. Then I worked for Mr. Samuelson, who used sentence diagramming to teach grammar, and he taught me all of English grammar in like 2 days or something, just because I picked it up instantly. Once he explained the basic concept of it, all of a sudden grammar was an open book, you know? I had some questions that he was able to answer periodically, but very quickly I picked up the whole thing. And I was delighted by it, you know? It's a delightful subject to study. It's not very applicable to anything, but it's it's satisfying anyway to know for sure exactly about every grammatical question and to be able to explain why. Grammar is beautiful. It makes sense. It's funny because I remember I had a teacher in middle school who informed us that grammar was arbitrary. And where nothing could be less arbitrary than grammar. Autological denotes a term which describes itself. I mean, it's the logic of the self, right? Autological isn't autological. It's the logic of the self. Just like if something's autoerotic, it's masturbation. In other words, FI is autological. It's the masturbation of logic. It's something that you do in the alternative of having actual logic. FI is difficult to understand. It certainly is for me. Very difficult to understand. I experience it simply as something that happens to me. Sometimes I'm happy, sometimes I'm sad, sometimes I'm mad. It always just seems to happen to me, you know. Just I have nothing to do with it or no means of coping with it or whatever. Autological. That's FI logic. The logic of your own random self. And how you feel. I feel like I'm an ENTP. That's what I am. How dare you say otherwise? You made me take a week off of work. That's autological for you. Yeah, it's the logic of your arbitrary bullshit, which is to say, it it does have criteria that you have to meet. Is they're just totally subjective, arbitrary criteria. Nevertheless, it's the case that, like, here's something autological. One thing I really like about this place is I haven't heard any fucking helicopters or sirens from since we've been here. You know, and when we lived in Arcadia, there was nothing but helicopters and sirens and peacocks and other awful noises and leaf blowers. I have heard a leaf blower once since we've been here, but so it's important that you know what you like and you know what you don't like, and that you try to structure your environment accordingly. It, that there's a logic to it. It's just arbitrary. Depends on what bugs you. You know, if you're deaf, it doesn't matter how many sirens and helicopters and endlessly constructing neighbors. We had these neighbors who were engaged in some kind of insane construction project for like 2 years. It's just, and I have no idea what they were doing in there. When I stormed over there and yelled at them one day, I looked inside. It was just this chaotic mess of God knows what. No thanks. I could use some kind of beverage. Sometimes my phone thinks I'm talking to Google or something. It pops up this little, I'm listening. What do you want to say to me thing? Oh, sorry. I'll talk to y'all. That's what I tell it. Yeah, I know. Well, there's plenty of times when you are stuck where you are for a while, you know? We were stuck where we were for, 3 years. And there was so much to hate about it. That place, there was so much to hate about it. The peacocks were just one of the problems. It was such a noisy place, and I am very sensitive to noisy stuff. And it's like, it seemed like the neighbors had purposefully staggered their schedule so that there was always a leaf blower going. It was crazy. It was crazy loud where we lived before. Just insanely crazy loud all the time. Well, the good news about Peter is we kind of weaned him off of getting used to us feeding him. And additionally, he was more or less recovered from his injury by the time we left. Now, I did drive by that house yesterday when I was in LA, and it looks completely unchanged. It was dark, there was no cars in the driveway, it appears nobody's living there. So, that was a bit of a surprise. I would have expected either somebody to be living there or there'd be some sign of like construction starting or something, you know? Or even a real estate sign in front of it saying for sale, like they were just going to flip it right away and try to get more money for it or something. But I saw no indication of any activity or action having been done at all. So, of course, it was dark. So And that street, that was one nice-ish thing, was that particular house on that street was in a darkish spot. But it's not nearly as nice as it is up here where it's genuinely dark all the time outside when it's night. You go outside and you look up, you see all the stars and everything. On the way back from Bootjack, I only encountered one car the whole time driving back from Bootjack, going the other direction. Do you think an FI user actually evaluates using some sort of systematic approach in a conscious way? I think that would be considered logical or rational. Well, they have conscious understanding of what they want and what's important to them. You know, FI is a way of is the way of compromise. Because you can't get everything you want, you have to decide what's more important to you and what's less important to you. And you have to decide when you're okay with getting 3/4 of a pie and when you're okay with when you need to only have the whole pie. And so it's the logic of compromise. It's great for your personal life, but it's terrible for any kind of communication. Any kind of universalities it's terrible for, because universalities are always, they always suck when compromise is in the mix. You can't compromise about justice, you know? It's like, you know, and Rachel's family was full of compromise about how much abuse Rachel was going to be subject to. Well, yes, less abuse is better than more, and the fact that you guys are compromising about this proves you're all a bunch of retards. Because obviously no amount of is acceptable at all. I mean, I know that Rachel's dad, to some extent, tried to intervene on her behalf, but it's like they end up with this horrible compromise, which was just not good at all. I mean, the point is, it's like I was saying earlier with that steakhouse. The reason that steakhouse at Madonna Inn is so perfect is because there was no compromising. Nobody said, well, let's make it a little bit more accessible to male taste by also having some contradictory bullshit in the mix, right? The reason it's so brilliant and perfect is because it is exactly what it is and nothing else. Compromise is the way of the devil for all things universal. Compromise is the way of success in your personal life if you're concerned a lot about getting what you want all the time, then you're going to have to compromise some of the time and get what you really want and not get what you want less, right? It's like, where is compromise appropriate? When you're ordering a meal, I want steak, but I also want fish. I know, I'll get the surf and turf. I'll get a little bit less steak and a little bit less fish, but I'll get both of them. That's a good place for compromise. Because it's totally subjective. It's only for you. It doesn't generalize out at all. Unfortunately, yeah, it feels cold. Let me see. Yes, the door is wide open. Because that's what that door does. If you don't close it all the way, it opens all the way.
Wow. Well,
It's the front door logic.
Definitely tell with the breeze.
Yeah. Why did I say ISFPs are the worst in debates? Well, they do have one objective epistemology function, conscious, third slot, NI, but debate requires, to be good at it, requires extroverted intuition that's better than polar, right? Because you got to come up with words to say and more ideas than just the one idea you came up with. This thing again. I don't have an FI test. I have a TI test, though, that'll tell you a lot about whether somebody's front stack TI or front stack FI. The thing is, well, I mean, the best FI test I have is something like this. If you had to, which would you rather drown, a kitten, or a puppy? And, FI people will not want to answer that question. But it's not a very good test. I mean, it's not very reliable. You can't put any faith in it as a data point, really. Typically, ENTPs and ESTPs will immediately answer the question with one or the other choice. They might say, well, why do I have to choose? Why do I have to kill them? They might want to know the context, like, how come it is that I'm forced to kill one of them? Thanks.
Okay.
Maybe having experience with compromising with the self helps to offer advice on how others might compromise in their own lives. See, the thing is, if you got a front stack, treat that question as a hypothetical. Conditionally, if it were the case, yeah. And knows that it's conditional, and therefore doesn't really question the antecedent part of the conditional. It says, okay, well, in this imaginary world where I have to do this, I would choose this. Typically, TI people are willing to entertain that antecedent part because they know it's just conditional. They're not actually agreeing to anything, right? So they're less likely than an FI type to say something like Alan Reed said, which is, I wouldn't drown anyone to begin with, especially if someone was forcing you to do it. Well, I mean, if it's a gunpoint and it's your life or the kitten, are you sure you're going to stick with that plan? Seems unwise, right? Perhaps you're underestimating the capacity of physical force to compel you.
Apricots were good, right?
Yeah, those were good. Did we finish them all?
I think so.
ENTJ friend says, I'd drown whoever made me do that. Well, again, one has to imagine in this conditional universe that you are disempowered, right? They've got the gun. They're the one with the gun and the blowtorch torturing you until you relent and say, fine, I'll drown one of these. Now, maybe after the fact, after it's all done and said and done, and you separate from this individual who's forcing you to do this, maybe you can at that point begin some sort of plan of revenge, but the purpose of the conditional is to render the antecedent not subject to that kind of critique. But the purpose of the question is to figure out where your FI is. And so that's the beautiful thing about that question is it doesn't matter what you say, it's done its job. And that's the great thing about typology questions in general. There's no outsmarting them if you're doing your job right as a typologist. You can't outsmart typology questions because however you respond to it is informative. You know, if you want to challenge the question a bunch and have various reasons why the question is inadequate and doesn't deserve to be answered, that's just as informative about you as any other kind of thing you might say. Okay, you're stuck. Oh, you got unstuck. Good. She was playing scratch the carpet and she got one of her claws stuck in the carpet. Which types would ask, well, what dog breed is it? I don't know. That's a very particular question. I mean, the fact that you hate a particular breed of dog that much and it seems relevant to you in answering the question would suggest, I guess, SI and FI. But, you know, I don't find that question, I don't use it very much because I don't find it to be reliably informative enough. It's too influenced by the particulars of the individual and too little determined by their attentional manners. So, as a consequence, I don't put a lot of weight into it. Which type would say whichever is less cute? This seems like an NFJ kind of response. Hello, person whose name I cannot even begin to pronounce. I guess it's like papaya seed. Is that a papaya or what? Oh, it's acacia. Oh, I see. Those are A's, an I and an A. Oh, that's a fancy font.
Yeah, it is.
Where did you get that fancy font from? The fancy font store?
Oh my gosh, I used to be into fonts.
What do you think about Miyamoto Musahi's type? I don't know who Miyamoto Musahi is. Who is he? Miyamoto Musashi. Miyamoto Musashi. The author of Book of Five Rings? I don't know Book of Five Rings. Never heard of it.
Me neither.
Well, the best answer I remember hearing to that question was, I think it was Mac Daddy who said, probably because it's less likely to scratch me. Oh, that was a good answer. The Beast Incarnate. Hi. Found it, but don't know what language it is with all the symbols are interesting fancy. It is related to samurai, but I don't know the movie you're talking about. Brock Eisney. I don't know who Brock Eisney is either. Brock Lesnar. I do know who Brock Lesnar is. He was an MMA fighter, right? But he no longer is. MMA fighters often have a fairly short career. Like the Iceman, whatever his name was.
Stone Cold Steve Austin?
No. I'm talking about, he was in the UFC.
Oh.
Anyway, he got to the point where he'd get knocked out cold every time he took a punch, basically, and they wouldn't let him fight anymore.
Wow. I mean, that makes sense.
Chuck Liddell, yeah. Chuck Liddell. And then there was that whole back and forth between Dana White and Oscar De La Hoya.
Oh, God.
In which Dana White, basically said Oscar De La Hoya is a coked out loser. Because Oscar De La Hoya, I think, wanted to get Chuck Liddell to fight again. Dana White was like, I can't in good conscience let you fight anymore. And Dana White was right about that. I haven't seen any of those films. In Spanish, I don't think they pronounce the letter H, so it would be Oscar de la Hoya. Oh, well. I pronounce it Oscar de la Hoya. I find him particularly interesting because he used to go to the AA meeting that I used to go to. But isn't that supposed to be anonymous, Eric? Well, I'm not in Alcoholics Anonymous anymore. They kicked me out, so.
Wow, that's
They kicked me out for doing drugs. Even though it's Alcoholics Anonymous and it says explicitly in their book, we have no opinion on other matters.
wow.
Yeah, those fucking people.
Yeah, what the fuck?
They don't even listen to their own book.
So wrong.
This cat's an ISTJ. The other cat's an ENFJ.
You are a nice TJ. Yes, you are.
Right. NA does not equal Alcoholics Anonymous.
Yourself. You're a nice TJ cat. Yeah, you are.
Did you hear about the earweed gummies Evander Holyfield teamed up with Mike Tyson to create? No. In the shape of an ear as a tribute to the biting incident. No, they're not. It's not the case that all cats are SI high. Trouble definitely isn't. Trouble licks himself like 2 times and calls it a bath.
Oh yes.
Anyway, it's like when I'm being told by my sponsor and other people that I need to reset my sober date because I've done marijuana or something, even though it doesn't make any sense at all because I quit drinking, not everything. Well, at that point, just see you later, you fucks. Yeah, I know, Mr. Bobby. I've seen the episode. The answer is naggers. What would an ENTP cat come off as? I mean, I think I had one. His name, we call him Normal because he was anything but normal. He talked incessantly and, like, was clumsy. He climbed up into this tree and meowed and meowed and meowed at us to get him down, and we couldn't get him down from there. Then we went back to the garage, sat down, and he walks in a little while later and meows and meows and meows and like gives us a whole tongue lashing, you know. Anyway, he died. He got killed by something. Everything in that, everything that happened with Kimberly, everything Kimberly and I had touched went to shit. That relationship and the universe did not approve at all of that relationship. It was horrible. You know, so many pets died. It was just, it was, the universe made it very clear you two should not be together. Well, I think duality is great for a friendship. It's not, it's, it's not the right relationship for an ENTP, that's for sure, or an INFJ. INFJs shouldn't be in a romantic relationship with ESTPs any more than ENTPs should be in a romantic relationship with ISFJs. It's just inherently obviously preferable if you validate the other person because your fifth slot function is their dominant. It means I actually value her and respect her rather than see her as better than me at what I'm shitty at, right? Mr. Bobby, why are you being all horrible political team shit? I hate that shit. It's so dumb. Whatever horrible shit Hunter Biden did had nothing to do with President Biden. Duh. And yes, Biden's a horrible president. You don't need to reference shit like that to establish that. But also, Trump was a horrible fucking president, and you don't seem to think that. So, it just proves you're just committed to this partisan bullshit.
Yeah.
Part of the problem, you know? Don't be. Instead of being part of the problem, don't be part of the problem. That's a preferable alternative to your choice to be part of the problem. People in their ways. I tell you, no matter how much I try, people won't stop having their ways. I say, hey, didn't I already explain to you? Your ways are stupid. And yet, other people, they still have their ways. I can't explain it either. It's a mystery. It's a mystery that'll never be explained. After all, I've explained to you how your ways are stupid. So you should stop having them. Oh, Eric, people are much more stubborn in their ways than that. Even you, Eric, are much more stubborn in your ways than that. Not me. Yes, even you, Eric. No, not really. You explained to me how my ways are stupid. Well, yes, really. I may persist in those ways, but at least I'll agree with you that they're stupid, if you're right. Do you know the way to San Jose is one of the ways that's stupid? Because San Jose is a stupid place. Nobody should ever want to go there. Trust me, I've been there. It's a stupid place. Also, Fresno. Nobody should want to go to Fresno. Fresno is a stupid place. Arcadia. Nobody should want to go to Arcadia. It's a stupid place. Oh, sure, it's got the racetrack. Oh, sure, it's got the Arboretum. Oh, sure, there's a mall there. It just makes it loud and crowded. And every restaurant in the whole town, practically, is a Chinese restaurant. There's hardly any American restaurants left. Poor Moffat's chicken pot pie. I think it's on its last legs. Established 1971, the year I was born. Moffat's chicken pot pies used to have a couple other locations. They might still have one more location, but they're a slowly lingering remnant of the old Arcadia. Certainly is no longer the Arcadia I grew up in. But even the Arcadia I grew up in was loud. That house I grew up in is just one street between us and Baldwin and the fire station, which is on Baldwin. So sirens all the time. It wasn't until more recent years, though, that there was this constant helicopters going over. You know, it's like, they used to be called ghetto birds. Well, now there's suburb birds as well. Cops love an excuse to bring out their helicopter, search around for somebody. Thank God I haven't heard any helicopters up here. Of course, up here we only have Mariposa Sheriff. And I did see one back here one time, driving down this Snyder Creek here, or Snyder Ridge. But I don't think they're very busy. I don't think the Mariposa Sheriff's Department is a particularly busy law enforcement agency. When I was gone yesterday, Rachel said she heard a lot of gunfire off in the forest somewhere. You're correct about that, Lonnie. I don't even know about Arcadia because they're the high school track invitational there every year. Yeah, they've got beautiful athletic facilities at Arcadia High School. They've got beautiful everything facilities. That's part of the reason why the property values are so high there. Is it's one of the best public school systems in the state. Or most highly testing, you know. I don't think you can have a good public school. I don't think you can have any kind of good youth prison camp. You're around Baldwin and Doherty a lot? No, M&M's and ENTP for sure. The only other possibility would be INTP, and he's definitely not that. They probably were just shooting pine cones or something, you know? People who shoot that many bullets are not shooting at animals. Hunters fire once, maybe twice. No, he's an ENTP. There's no doubt in my mind whatsoever he's an ENTP. And if you see interviews of him when he's young, he seems much more extroverted. But interviews are a bad way to tell what type he is because he's posturing as a hip hop guy. He postures as an ISTP in interviews, but not consciously. He's not aware that that's exactly what he's doing. But yeah, he's an ENTP. So FI polar and so NEGOM. Putin might be an ISTP. Putin might be an ESFP. I think Putin's an ESFP, but I don't really know for sure. I mean, Putin's not an INTJ. Um, like, don't think so. I don't think so. Yeah, Bukowski was an INFJ drunk. Putin? I don't know. MJC, I have no idea. I'm going on T-Jump. What time? When? What day? Is it in my email or something? I'm excited to have that conversation. I've never seen the guy or met him or heard of him or anything, but if we have a time or date, go ahead and confirm it, whatever time of day it is, and I'll be there. You know, it's not like I've got a lot of stuff going on, especially. I mean, I don't think Winston's mom is looking for. Oh, any date and time this week is fine. Whatever works for him, this works for me. I've got nothing on the schedule. So that's my answer to that. Wednesday, 1400 PST. That's 2 p.m. on Wednesday. That sounds great. Yeah, 2 p.m. on Wednesday. I'll put it on my calendar. What day is it today? Monday? Yeah. T-Jump. Okay, it's on my calendar. Yeah, I don't mind debating, but the problem is on the internet, on YouTube, what people think of as debating is not debating at all. It's just nonsense, you know. To debate something, you obviously need to have a resolution. You need to have one person be app, one person be neg, and have take turns with speeches and questionings and rebuttals and stuff like that, you know. T-Jump just kind of hangs back, gives his people rope to hang themselves. That's a good strategy. You know, when people say things, most people aren't very careful about what and how they say things, you know, what they say and how they say it. And that strategy won't work against me, but it's a good strategy in general. T-Jump listens well. He really is interested in talking to people when they can talk and not just whine about their feelings. Well, good. I'm looking forward to talking with him. I don't know anything about him. I doubt he knows anything about me. So that puts us on equal footing. We'll see how it goes, you know. If he wants to talk about debate as a subject, that's certainly a subject I can talk about at great length and rather enthusiastically as well. I like talking shop, but it's just there aren't very many people who can talk shop, you know. Well, there's no such thing as on the autism spectrum. Okay, that's another pathologization of a frame bias. FE polar people get pathologized, or FE fourth, one of the two, get pathologized as being on the autism spectrum. It's just insane. Of course, real autism is a real thing, but it always has a corresponding feature of mental retardation. When we try to say that you're autistic without mental retardation, it's like saying you're on the Down syndrome spectrum. It doesn't make any sense at all. You either have Down syndrome or you don't. Dario Nardi's an idiot. He's such an idiot. Very frustrating. It just goes to show you what an idiot he is, Acacia. There were types that have been found to be correlated with autism. Again, autism is like Down syndrome. Okay, there's always a corresponding mental retardation. To say that people who are FE polar on an autism spectrum is to say that because autistic people have very bad social skills, therefore people with bad social skills are autistic. And it's like the most specious and worst kind of horrible reasoning imaginable. So, you know, that he's on board with that pathologization bullshit is just proof positive he's an idiot. Oh, really? Astafasta? I mean, people can experience larger or less large negative consequences for their attentional deficits depending on their circumstances. That's true. But no, as a matter of fact, it's not the case that attentionally um, FE4 is experiencing some problem that's not FE4. You're wrong about that, for sure. ADHD and autism spectrum are both bullshit. You know they're bullshit because of how they're diagnosed. There's this checklist of things. If you get a certain number of things on a checklist, it's totally self-reported and arbitrary or observational by the practitioner, then you qualify as having that thing. Obviously, completely bullshit. I mean, the problem with with oh god, numerous studies on papers that have come to the same conclusion. I mean, there's numerous studies, all sorts of studies coming to all sorts of conclusions. All of them either varying degrees of wrong or predicate. Yeah, the thing is, when you predicate things on the wrong frame of reference, it doesn't even matter if you're right. It's misleading, right? All of psychology is totally fucked because they're not operating under the correct frame of reference. The correct frame of reference is not all human beings deviate from a central norm that is a single average human being. It's instead that people represent one of 16 specific attentional configurations and can only be appropriately compared against their type mates. And the thing is, the reason you've got all these things is because there are all these psychologists, psychiatrists type people who who are all projecting their own frame of reference and saying, I have FE12. Gosh, these people are something wrong with them because they're not FE. Or I'm not an action type. I'm a knower or an interfacer. Therefore, these action types have something wrong with them because they're so hyper. They're so actiony. It's insane. It's insane. It's offensive. It's ontological assault on the whole world. But it's also an inevitable consequence of operating from ignorance, right? When people don't know what the truth is about the frame of reference, then they're going to be unavoidably wrong, no matter how good their intentions are. No, Dario Nardi is not qualified to talk about anything intellectual at all. Well, the problem is Kiersey uses loose terms like temperament, right? The proper way to express it is our attentional configuration is who we are. However, particularist elements are often determinant in how that manifests. You need to distinguish between affect and personality. What do you think about Michael Pierce? I mean, I think he does good NI style videos, I guess. But, like everybody else who deviates at all from what I'm saying about cognitive functions, he's at least somewhat wrong. Defensible typology is exactly what it says. It's defensible. No other typology is defensible. Found this on Dario Nardi. He received his initial training in shamanism at the Scandinavian Center for Shamanic Studies. Yeah. Not a serious intellectual, obviously. Lysenko? Is he some socionics guy? I mean, before socionics says another word, they need to start distinguishing between taxonomical distinctions and actually. I mean, I don't know who Lysenko is then. That's CE for you. Great at becoming stuff you're not qualified to be. I didn't say he was crazy. I said he's not qualified. I said he's dumb or something like that. He's not a serious intellectual. Serious intellectuals aren't into that woohoo stuff. It doesn't mean that people who are into that woohoo stuff can't do great work. Like, look at Jung, right? But Jung was not a serious intellectual. Nobody should mistake him for one. He was a genius. What type is Columbo? Columbo seems like an ISFJ, actually, in a weird way.
Probably.
What type would Daria be? Probably an INTP.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. Socionics is so fucking backwards. Before you begin making a model, you need to understand what a model is and distinguish it from a taxonomy and determine whether you're describing something or whether you're. It's like, it's such a mess from top to bottom. The only thing that's worth anything of it is the parts that are purely descriptive, like the intertype relations. They're describing how these relations are likely to play out, and they're pretty accurate by and large. But that's because they don't need to be correct about anything intellectually to correctly describe phenomenon they can observe, right? Diogenes? I don't know who Diogenes is. Some ancient Greek person?
Yeah. Sounds like it.
Some ancient Greek philosopher or something? Well, Lysenko's right to reject a Darwinian evolution, but wrong to suggest that therefore a Lamarckian evolution is correct. Evolution is just wrong outright. Is the Greek Cynic philosopher best known for holding a candle? All right, I invented holding a candle. I'm gonna go down in history now. I'm the guy who held the candle.
That's what you look like. I holds the candle.
According to Lysenko, genes do not exist. They're just a metaphysical concept and a unit of measurement. That's not true. I mean, how do they explain Mendel's peas? You know, genetics is, there's no disputing that genetics is real, that you can breed for certain traits and stuff. It's the opposite of something that's just metaphysical. Like wealth is metaphysical first, and then made fungible by this thing, physicality we call money. That's correctly that direction. This person is saying, is directing that notion towards the wrong thing entirely. This person sounds like an NTP who's just totally fucking backwards. It's like they're correct in their critiques of evolution, but they end up affirming another wrong kind of evolution. That's weird. They're correct in their notion that certain things ought to be understood as purely metaphysical foremost, but not that. They're directing at the wrong thing. So it sounds like an NTP who's gotten their fucking ass and where their face should be, you know? What about the germs don't exist theory? I mean, I don't know what germs are exactly. But I mean, you can't reject. How do you reject mental mental style genetics? They're established clearly by the empirics. The empirics are not in any possible way you can dispute them. The empirics are as rock solid as they get. I'm not sure what germs are. People use the term, but I don't know what that refers to exactly. What qualifies as a germ? Any infectious agent qualifies as a germ. Viruses or bacteria. I mean, there's no doubt that viruses and bacteria exist. So if you want to have a general term called germs that refers to viruses and bacteria, then that's fine. And yes, germs exist. I mean, it's hard to deny the existence of other microorganisms because you can look at them through a microscope and see them. You have to be a complete idiot to deny the existence of microorganisms. You know? Um, yes, I do. Thank you. Bourgeois scientists found it necessary to invent the intraspecific struggle. No, it's nothing like Coke at all. The point is, I should be able to get Adderall because I want it, not because it's a drug I need for a disease, right? I'm I get it. I've been diagnosed as ADHD, and that's the justification I use to get Adderall. But that's because the world's wrong. In the correct world, I would be able to get buy Adderall over the counter as I saw fit. That's the best reason to do speed is because you want to. Organisms which cannot change in accordance with the changed conditions of life do not survive, leaving no progeny. Well, that's true. I mean, one has to use TE to get the drugs you want. And TE figures out how to get the drugs you want. For me, it was going and talking to the doctor and explaining my situation to him and getting him to prescribe it for me. I didn't have to lie at all. I mean, the thing is, in this fucked up world of bullshit, I'm sure I actually have ADHD, you know. I'm sure I qualify according to that dumb checklist of theirs. The issue isn't whether or not I qualify according to the checklist, it's whether that's an actual problem or just me being me. Well, yeah, because it's a particularist matter. I want drugs. I want certain drugs because I want them. It's particularist and subjective. I'm not affirming the way that it is. I'm just using it to get the drugs I want. That's appropriate. Because the alternative is I don't get the drugs I want.
Do you want my dad a penton?
No, thank you. Thank you very much.
I'm gonna go to bed.
All right, good night.
Good night, I love you.
I love you too. Parallel with similarity between species, there always exists specific distinctness which divides organic nature into qualitatively distinguishable yet interlocking links or species. What does it mean to say they're interlocking? It should say qualitatively distinct. Yes, they're distinguishable, but and yes, they're qualitatively distinguishable as opposed to quantitatively distinguishable. But more importantly, they're qualitatively distinct. Right, it doesn't intrude on my ethics. I didn't have to lie to get prescribed it, Adderall. Don't you need a certain number of subs before you can stream? I don't think you need a certain number of subs. I think you need to be around for a certain amount of time. I mean, TE doesn't make affirmations and negations like that. It's a problem-solving interface function. So if you know if you know where you are and where you're trying to go, TE will help you figure out how to get there, right? It doesn't have. It's not about statuses. TI and FI are about statuses. Virgins represent purity. Conservatives prioritize purity in their moral foundation. Theory, writes Jonathan Haidt, while liberals place inclusion first. Man, that's so dumb. Oh my god, that's so dumb. That guy. The reality is, all parties have the capacity to be correct about political matters, and the varying degrees in which people choose to be incorrect represents a commonality of an interested calculus. That's the commonality that matters. These other things are just noise that's distracting you from meaningful information. Do you think there's some truth to the saying that goes something like if someone's being accused of something already, then they might eventually think to themselves, might as well do it? Um, I mean, it doesn't resonate for me at all because let me ask the fastest thing. You're talking about a different meaning of the word status. A status is the static snapshot of a given matter's determination, as I'm meaning it. Social status is different. That's a different meaning of the word. Like a man accused of cheating would be a good example. So if you keep accusing your partner of being a cheater, And they go, well, since you keep saying I'm a cheater, I might as well just cheat. Well, then I don't, there'd have to be the world's hugest idiot, because being a cheater or not is something that is a matter of personal character. If you keep being accused of being a cheater and you're not, you should keep saying, I definitely am not and never will be. It should not encourage you to become one. It should outrage you to be falsely accused of such. Well, I mean, if you're being treated as though you're guilty of a crime you didn't commit, that's a problem for sure. But not should never be an incentive to actually commit the crime and make those people correct. Sour cream and onions. Those are good flavors for chips. Like the kid who everyone thinks will shoot up the schools if he gives a presentation on school shootings while giggling to himself maniacally. Sounds like a pretty clever kid. Vinegar? Salt and vinegar chips, I would say I like them, but I can eat fewer of them. They make my whole mouth so vinegary. They're good, but I'm gonna have to give the win to sour cream and onion over salt and vinegar. I treat someone as if they're an outcast and in some way they cared will subconsciously double down on that. Well, that's a little bit different, right? If you treat people, if somebody's subject to bullying, then yeah, they're going to internalize that probably. They're going to have a lot of problems. That's different than being accused of something falsely. If you're not included and you're not treated well by your peers and stuff, that's the coddling of the American mind generation for failure. What a horrible title. Oh my God. That is the worst title I have ever heard. That title is so terrible. It's got a misplaced modifier in it. It makes no sense at all. Like, the American mind generation? What? Oh my God. Ah. Once you see that title, you should look no further. You go, this is not worth reading. Yeah, that guy is not very smart. And obviously he thinks he is. That's some of my least favorite people. People who think they're smart about shit that they're definitely not smart about. Especially if they sound good enough to fool some other people, then it's just like, okay, you're a true threat to mankind. Like, anybody who would write that title has zero business philosophizing. No, you can't change minds by utterly refuting people's arguments. That's true. But you can empower people by presenting them with the correct arguments. The idea that your goal should be to change their mind is fucked up, wrong, right? You don't get to say what other people are going to do with information you provide. You can correctly anticipate that people prefer having winning arguments over losing ones, generally. So, you can reliably anticipate that people who are committed to one thing will, if presented with better arguments in defense of that, pick them up occasionally, if slowly. Even if for the wrong reason, even if they're wrong, they're being more right about it. And that matters. Because, in fact, argumentation drives society. When it doesn't, it's because TE is halfway through getting from point A to point B, and that delays justice. But if you don't believe argumentation drives society in a civil society, then and you haven't been paying any attention to discourse about the drug war and how it's evolved, or discourse about gay marriage and how it evolved. The thing is, these topics get debated in debate years before those debates get trickled down into the general populace. So the matters are resolved in debate tournaments years before the public catches up. And you can tell what's going to win ultimately by what wins actually, and actual intellectual discursive adversarial conflict. What wins is the truth. What loses is bullshit. Sure, there are plenty of instances where people with bullshit beat people with the truth. But that's because not all other factors are equal, right? If I'm a much better debater, I can win with bullshit. But if we're equal debaters, the truth is always going to win. And the truth and the best argument are exactly the same thing. Because functionally, truth is a discursive claim, right? So that which is most defensible qualifies as true. That which is not defensible does not. The idea that truth exists outside of discursive exchange is bullshit. Only statements have truth value, and the possible truth values are true, false, and no truth value. So, the idea that truth somehow is out there abstractly in some weird permanent form that doesn't involve communication is insane. But you know, people use words wrong. Ever had a Neapolitan shake? No, I never have. Neapolitan, just pick a flavor already. I mean, woke culture is a natural consequence of genuine injustice. That doesn't mean that it's not itself guilty of plenty wrongness. Any identitarian shit is bullshit. The fact that identitarian shit was used to oppress certain people on arbitrary metrics like skin color is indisputable. The fact that media was non-inclusive is indisputable. The fact that it's more inclusive is better is also indisputable. However, it is incorrect to say that it's ever a good idea to use identitarian shit to make decisions. So you got a bit of a double bind there, you know? It's always unjust to use irrelevant group identifications to make a decision about an individual. Have I ever been with a black girl? Uh, yeah, once in college. I've also been with an Asian, a Mexican, and some white girls. But I don't have a very long list of sex partners, you know. I was never a playa. I was more of a girls scare me kind of guy. Nowadays, I don't have to worry about it at all because I have Rachel. Bobby, she have a certain scent. Like, did she smell like Africa? I don't know. What a silly question. Even if she did, I'm sure it was just her smell, not the fact that she was black. And to be perfectly frank, she wasn't black. She was kind of dark beige. There are some black people who are very dark that would call, okay, that person's black. But most of them aren't really very black. They're just kind of brown. Mexicans are also brown. Well, my first and second wife were both Mexicans. So my first wife was half Mexican. My second wife was all Mexican. My daughter's a quarter Mexican. You hear Asian girls have soft skin? Almost all girls have soft skin. Not all Mexicans. Hashtag not all Mexicans. I get to qualify as an honorary Mexican because I've married two of them, and I have a daughter who's a quarter Mexican. My first wife, I think she's an ISFP. My second wife was an ESFJ. And neither of them were good wives for me. First one was a terrible wife for me. The second one, that was fine for a while. She filled her role of raising my daughter. No, I never had an INTP wife. Nope. I never got with any INTP chicks. I had a close relationship with an INTP woman, but it never got physical. And we had a very intellectual, very detached discussion about it. I'm white, but I'm also Albanian, which qualifies me as so white I'm a statue. I'm Michelangelo's David with a larger penis. Oh, you're Albanian. You better not watch that video I made about Flavian Marcoux, because you see, I committed the terrible crime of making fun of an Albanian hat, and boy, the Albanians were so mad at me. You should have seen it. It was my most disliked video ever. It had like hundreds of dislikes. And all these mad Albanians were commenting and shit. I'm like, I didn't know it was your national hat. I just thought, God, why is that guy wearing that dumb hat that makes his head look like a penis? How am I supposed to know it was like some precious cultural symbol of yours? I got with an INTP chick and I fell in love with her, and then she blocked me on everything to make matters not too personal. I hear Rachel laughing in the other room about something. How dare you make fun of our hat? I don't know what it's called. It's like, if you look at Florian Marcu or Marcus or whatever, in this one fight, he's got this hat on that makes his head look like a penis. It's like even penis colored hat. And after I saw this fight, it was a good battle. He was robbed in the fight too. He was really robbed. He should have won that fight. The decision was just straight up robbery. But anyway, he lost the fight on a split decision, I think, and afterwards he put on this incredibly silly hat. And I immediately made a video about it without thinking about it. Like, why is this guy wearing this hilariously silly hat? Boy, the country of Albania was not having it. They were just like, oh, no, that's our precious hat. Let me see if I can find it. I'm going to find the link to that video. Here it is. Here it is. Here's the video that Albanians hated so much. Bibi Rexa is Albanian. I don't know who Bibi Rexa is. Some of us Albanians think it's funny. Probably not my grandparents and great aunts and uncles, but I do. Dua Lipa and Bibi Rexa repping Albania, and the music is not great, but I love those ladies. I don't know who those people are. Anyway, if you look at the comments in that video, you'll see what I'm talking about. Boy, that'd teach me to make fun of a hat. But I do have to say, I genuinely had no idea that it was some sort of precious cultural symbol when I made fun of the hat, you know. Yeah. That's what I have to say about that. That's a handsome kitty in the background, huh? Americans get touchy about the flag. I mean, I don't, but other people do, I guess. I mean, I respect people's rights to express themselves. If they want to express themselves by burning the American flag, that's their prerogative. I'm a proud American. I'm not going to do that. But I respect others' rights to do so. There's nothing technical about it. It's obviously you prioritize the individual free expression over something you deem sacred. Otherwise, you're like Muslims who think it's okay to kill people who draw pictures of Muhammad. When people try to equate the American flag with the Nazi flag, I cringe. Ha, master of most. You're way behind in the stream, Acacia. You're hours and hours behind. It's 11:21 p.m. But the time when I was saying Jack of all trades, master of most was many hours ago. The flag, when it is in such condition that it is no longer a fitting emblem for display, should be destroyed in a dignified way, preferably by burning. Flag code. Like, what do we need a flag code for? That's so dumb. I mean, it's true. America does plenty of fucked up shit. That's why I need to be president, so that we don't. But to say that America is somehow like Nazi Germany is completely insane. Who's labeling you a systematic oppressor? Nobody's labeling me a systematic oppressor. I've never heard anybody call me that. I'm not into the whole American flag repping, but people getting mad at average Joes for repping a flag that means something completely different to them is annoying. I mean, I'm not really into a lot of flag waving myself either, but I respect those who are. You know, I respect those who are a lot more than I respect those who are waving a Chinese flag or something like that, you know, or a Confederate flag. But, you know, I have a flag flying on our flagpole here. It came with the house. I'm not taking it down, you know. I thought about maybe periodically replacing it with a California Republic flag because it's important to remember the United States of America is are the United States of America. We're supposed to be independent states, a federation of independent states. In the olden days, I would have identified as a Californian first and an American second. But, you know, times change, and I recognize that that's not how people actually think about the United States of America. And I find the federal government to be, you know, a mixed bag. Federalism has the preeminence of the federal body has had very good impacts and very bad impacts. So it's a mixed bag. Regardless, I'd rather be an American than anything else. At least we have sane laws regarding privacy, public speech, libel, slander, etc. Unlike Europe, which has just got insane laws about that kind of shit. Yes, I'm sure I wouldn't rather be Canadian. America has the most cogent law of any place in the world. It has the most respect for individual rights and negative rights. And that's saying a lot, right? It doesn't mean it's perfect. America is definitely not perfect. And there's a lot of troubling trends, some of which defy easy solutions. Others which I have incredibly good novel solutions. One of the things that defies easy solutions is the impact of regulating in order to be meritocratous is actually anti-meritocratous when it consistently prioritizes TE DOMs. So you've got a bunch of unqualified TE DOMs watering down and befouling with their compromise, which should be very clear case law. That's a very troubling trend, and I'm not sure what to do about it. We have two cats, Acacia. We've got Capillo, and we've got Trouble. It's in a general sense. Obviously, no one attacked you personally, Eric. It's cultural. White people need to own their privilege. How? These are extremes. There are extremes on those. I didn't say anybody attacked me personally. Did I? I don't think so. I mean, that's fine. I don't generally don't care if people attack me personally or not. I didn't. Did I say that? I guess I wouldn't rather be Canadian. No, I wouldn't rather be Canadian. No, you said that no one attacked you. Huh. Oh, I see. I know what you're talking about now. I remember. Okay, I got you. I'm saying nobody's ever said that to me about me. All right. It's this delay thing that causes sometimes confusion in communicating with chatters. Yeah, my water bowl is empty, so I drank out of Capillo's. I'm waiting for Rachel to refill my water bowl. I think I have a beverage around here somewhere. I guess I'm going to wrap this up pretty soon. Mao Zedong was actually inspired by the American Revolution, thought the founding fathers were true American patriots. You know what? Mao Zedong was so like T.I. Polar or something. He yeah, there's this like museum-y thing in Shanghai. And it's all about how he protected and insisted on the right to free assembly for himself, right? And then denied it to everybody else. It's crazy. Like when I got to Shanghai, I guess they had sort of loosened up about it. But not that long before I got there, AA groups, and even when I was there, AA groups were technically illegal. And they had to bribe people for years to keep their AA group going. They had to make multiple levels of bribes. That's what they collected for, was for bribing Chinese government officials. It wasn't like that when I got there, but it was like that just a couple of years prior to me being there. So, well, how is that now? So I smell like a black person, but I'm soft like an Asian person. I'm red like an Indian, except for my scrotum, which is white like an Icelander. What race am I? I am Mexican. The head of my penis is purplish gray. What race am I? Okay, pinkish gray. Not very purple, really. Pinkish gray. What race am I? I'm Navajo. Navajo? I barely know a hoe. The Latino term is arbitrary. There's black Mexicans, white Mexicans, tan Mexicans. Oh, Bobby. You're so silly. Well, the correct distinction between Mexicans is there's Mexican Mexicans and then there's LA Mexicans. Mexican Mexicans are like like ranchero Mexicans from Mexico who are like full blast Mexican. LA Mexicans are second or third generation, speak a little bit of Spanish, speak a lot of Spanglish. They refer to those doyers, you know, those are LA Mexicans. And that's really the two kinds of Mexicans that there are. Mexican Mexicans and LA Mexicans. MJC says those are Chicanos. Black plus white equals gray. White plus red equals pink. So black plus white plus red equals the tip of my penis. There are sub branches of LA Mexicans. I don't doubt that there are. Side Chic says there's Mexicans from all over. Mexicans from Guatemala, Mexicans from Puerto Rico, even Mexicans from Spain. Yeah, hilarious. 5 points for you for hilariousness. How are ENTPs and ENFPs similar and different? I would call anybody who's south of Mexico either a Central or a South American, depending on what country they're from. Can't go wrong with that. If you're from Argentina, you're an Argentinian or a South American. Nobody can complain with either of those words. If you're from Panama, you're a Panamanian or a Central American. Nobody can complain with about either of those two things. I'll just be accurate and then nobody can say a goddamn thing. Unless I get one of the Central American countries mistaken for a South American country, that might happen. I don't know if I'm that good on my geography. But in that case, well, I'll just stand to be corrected, you know. Panama. Panama. You stole that joke from somewhere? Well, you know what? You get at least one of those points back for becoming clean about it. maybe 2. So you still end up with +1 at least. That's what she said. Jane North, no, I'm not going to show you my balls. Oh, only Rachel gets to see those glowing jewels of the Strauss family. It's like 2 coconuts in a duffel bag. Just no, I'm lying. Reality is my testicles are smaller than coconuts. And my scrotum is not as voluminous as a duffel bag. I'm sorry I lied to you. I'm sure you all believed me when I told you each of my testicles was the size of a coconut and my scrotum an unnecessarily large duffel bag. You don't need a duffel bag to fit 2 coconuts in. You can fit 2 coconuts in just a regular, like, plastic grocery bag. There's a lot of extra scrotal skin in that initial. Have you ever met other intuitives that make you feel inferior? Uh, not that I recall. I mean, sometimes the person who comes to mind is my ex debater, INTJ debater Grace. She was, she had a way of making me feel, like making me scramble. Yes, TE, critical parent, right? I had a tendency to get a little into my notions and not be on task enough for her purposes. She was brilliant, picked up on everything, you know. Grace, the Chinese INTJ debater I had, yeah. She's an intuitive who intimidated me a little bit, yeah. I wouldn't say that she made me feel inferior, just she intimidated me a little bit because she was so on point about why we were there and what we were supposed to be doing, and I was not as on point, you know. You think of an ENTP debater girl who also like crushed me one time, and I felt like, oh, she was like a little kid too. She was like a 5th grader. Oh, oh God, that was an unpleasant phone call. Calling me out on shit. Uh, yeah, get wrecked. Exactly, she wrecked me. Because I didn't follow through on something I had told her I was going to do, and she fucking just wrecked me. Nothing I could say, you know. She was right. She was not merciful in her deliverance of her scorn either. I, I, I don't think that's the correct takeaway, Jane North Trash, from what I just relayed, but that's fine. Now, what Eric needs is to find a beverage. Grace would just like be impatient, you know. She was very NITE. She had no patience for my musings. She expected the best answer right now, as concisely as possible. She really pushed on me to be a better teacher, you know. You know any obvious mistypes in this space that you have to act like they're not the type they claim to be? That's a good question. Sorry, your innie is going wild, Lumapow. That's fine. I don't think your innie is going wild too much. I don't notice it knocking over any dishes or anything. I'd say it's within the acceptable range of behaviors for any. Well within, even. Okay, so I've got a jacket, I've got a hat, I've got a drink, I've got a cigarette, I've got a lighter. I'm going to successfully make it outside, smoke a cigarette in just one trip this time. It's a miracle. Or, as they say in France, a miracle.
Do they really say that in France?
No, they don't. They might, but if they do, it's just incidental, coincidental. My claim that they do say that in France was totally made up. I have actually no reason whatsoever to believe that they say miracle in France. I'll tell you what's a real miracle. The Mormon Tabernacle Choir. What other words have the sound knackle in them? There's pumpernickel, but that's not knackle. Or ackle. Well, tackle, you know. Back pull, crackle, shackle, mackerel, backpack pull, snackable, intractable, spectacular, almost, spectacle would be better than spectacular, testicle, receptacle. If you're going to go into the changing of the vowel sounds there, you open up a whole new can of worms. I'm so tired of worms coming in a can. When are they going to start boxing worms? By which, of course, I mean have boxing matches between two worms. It's very challenging because neither worm will have any arms. Which, really puts them behind the eight ball when it comes to the old Kingsbury rules of fisticuffs. A boxing match between two worms. They just end up leaning against each other the whole fight. It's a very boring fight. Neither worm scores even a single point. In the World Boxing Championship for Worms today, we have another draw. As another fight went the distance with no points being scored by either worm. International Worm Boxing Championship is a great title for something. The International Worm Boxing Championship. Hilarious. I like worms. Worms are fun. I don't have any problem with worms. I'm not inciting them to fight each other. They have beef. They have pre-existing beef. I'm just making sure they fight it out in a civilized fashion. Worms gonna be worms, you know. Did you say worms are gay? Worms aren't gay. Worms are heterosexual. Worms are so heterosexual. Oh my god. They're like the most heterosexual of all invertebrates. Worms are gay. Mr. Bobby, will you not talk about that weird stuff Boba Fett, dude? No, don't talk about gross stuff like that. That's gross, gross, gross. Nobody wants the gross, 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 gross stuff. Remove and remove. Best adjective to describe worms. Hmm. Hmm. Well, yeah, I'm gonna go with what Bobby says. Wormy. Yeah, I don't want to hear about that stuff. It's sad and not good. Eric, I am an invertebrate for wanting a divorce from my wife without asking, but just doing annoying shit until she doesn't like me. Um, well, I mean, I took a strategy sort of like that. I just insisted that they be good and held them relentlessly accountable until they either fixed it or left. But it didn't work when I was with a BPD person. I had to break up with her. Don't say those sort of things, Boba Fett. That's not a good idea. Well, I guess side chick. The fact that worms look penile, whether or not that's gay or not, depends on whether you're a dude or not. Since you're a side chick, I'm guessing you're not a dude. So that would be heterosexual for you. What time is it there, mate? It's almost midnight, and I'm about to wrap this up. It's been going on now for quite some time. I guess I was gone to Bootjack for a long time. I did notice as I was driving out there, like, wow, this is a long ways away. Is it chic? Side chic? Oh. Well, yeah, you're right. I was pronouncing it wrong. I guess I was assuming you'd spelled chick wrong. That was a poor assumption on my part. Tell us something woke. I'm a Native American. Okay? You can tell. Because I say, how? And I say, come stay in my teepee tonight. I don't like Neil deGrasse Tyson at all. I think Neil deGrasse Tyson is very bleh. He gets all like excited about basic shit. Like, isn't it amazing that there are lots of stars? Like, shut up already, dude. You make me want to throw up. So anyway, Neil deGrasse Tyson can suck on the ass of a bison. That's the appropriate fate for him. People who get excited over dumb shit tend to have great announcer voices, I've noticed. Who makes Eric's panties wet, intellectually wise? No one in particular. I mean, when I research things, I research broadly, and I don't remember who I got the information from. There are some people who impress me, like David Berlinski impresses me. He's a smart guy. If you want to watch somebody's videos who's smart, watch that guy's videos. He's very smart. He's an INTP, I suspect. Richard Feynman was a great example of an ENTP who was smarter than me, you know. He's physics kind of smart. That's the level up, you know. What's the name of the smart guy? David Berlinski. Yeah, Einstein was a badass. There's no doubt about that. You gotta respect Einstein. But I think, you know, Edison was no Einstein, and Einstein was still no Tesla. I'm more impressed by Tesla than anybody in history, I think. What's the smartest thing Eric ever discovered or learned? I mean, my kind of intelligence doesn't work like that. You know, I engage in a communicative process of selectively affirming and negating. It doesn't work like that. Well, yeah, I mean, physics smart is not my kind of smart. You know, it's a level up, right? Did my extroverted intuition die, Jane North Trash? When did that occur? Well, I am always learning. No, that's not true. It's unavoidable that I learn occasional things, but it's unavoidable that I have a continual flow of SI data. Not all of that SI data is informative at all. And I go through periods of time when I'm much more actively learning things and periods of time when I'm more actively using what I already have learned. SI data is paranoia. I have no idea why you would say that. Either you don't understand paranoia or you don't understand SI data, or I don't know. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. It's true, I could have gone that route. It wasn't the most comfortable route for me, and it's not the route I went. Uh, I don't doubt that I could perform well in those fields had that been my route, and at 50 years old, I'd be very good at that. But, you know, we end up specializing. I specialized in a different area. Oh, I'm an extremely young ENTP. Do you have any tips for the mentally struggling ENTP? See, I'm finishing school. I can't see a future, and honestly, it's all sloping down much faster than my comrades. Ah, SI doesn't slow down anything. It's a knowledge function. It's instantaneous. But an innocent conviction or grace once lost cannot be easily regained. Joke anime. Joke. JOC anime. Jock anime. Um, I'm concerned with jock anime's apparently serious question. It sounds like a serious question because it's exactly the question a young ENTP should ask. So I want to give it serious attention. He's asking the right person, and I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt that he's got himself typed correctly. So it's actually something important to answer rather than playing around with Jane or trash. Keep in mind, it's not me who's calling them trash. That's his name. Well, the answer is a lot easier said than done. The answer is you got to commit to a single path of some sort and stick with that path. And it should probably reflect the thing that you find hard but fulfilling. Now, the problem is if you're a young ENTP, you're going to have a very difficult time knowing what's actually most important to you. And an even harder time sticking with anything consistently at all. You'll probably discover that as soon as you say you're going to do something, it becomes less likely that you do it. So that's one piece of advice I'd give you. Don't say you're going to do things, just do them. Another piece of advice I'd give you is try to stay out of relationships if you can. Likely your choices right now are going to be terrible as far as relationships. You need to construct the narratives that it's the preferable choice so that you don't feel like you're missing out on something. You aren't. Believe me. You don't want to do much of dating if you're not currently. And you don't need to worry about it or feel bad about it at all. You got to just wait for the right person, INFJ, and not anybody else. Don't try to play the field. You won't enjoy it. You're not missing anything. If you already are playing the field, well, some ENTPs do, but it's pretty rare. You really are an ENTP, I would also say a good course of action for you career-wise is something in the legal profession. Don't worry about other subjects. Just, get yourself whatever 4-year degree from University of Phoenix or whatever, and then take the LSAT, go to law school. You'll kill it on the LSAT. It's easy for us. Other people think it's incredibly difficult. For INTPs and ENTPs, the LSAT is like just fish swimming in water. Yeah, INFJs are rare. They're very rare. So are ENTPs. Both types are rarer than the numbers suggest. I think ENTPs are rarer than INFJs, to be honest. But there are a few of them. If you're an ENTP, you should be a lawyer. Doesn't matter if you're Asian or not. I've got an ENTP client named Jeffrey, Chinese kid whose parents played for the LA Philharmonic, and he's already got like a business making, designing and making keyboards, selling them. Because but see, he's empowered by his parents' wealth. They've got like a 3D printer and shit at their house, and they're able to front him a lot of money to get this thing rolling, and then pays off. But as an ENFP, it's funny when other people try to make me feel embarrassed because they're so stupid and behind of my humor. It's funny watching them. Okay. I'm sure you get a great deal of entertainment from that. All right. So, I don't really mean they should become a lawyer. Yeah, I do. They should become, particularly, a criminal defense lawyer or focus on constitutional law or some frame level stuff, Not tax law or corporate law or some shit like that. Things people can be introverted in their life. Well, there are plenty of times when I'm silent, you know. And what you see on YouTube is the part of me that's most public. If there were to be a camera following me around all the time, they would encounter plenty of quiet moments. But that doesn't make me an introvert or introverted per se. It's just my tool function, TI. I'm thinking about things. Like I was thinking about things on the way to Boot Jack, thinking about things on the way back. I was also keeping track of them because I knew I wanted to say them out loud when I came back here. That right there is proof that I'm an extrovert. That's not very nice. That's a mean thing to say. I was added. What does it mean to be added? A-T apostrophe E-D? I don't know what that means. I can tell you for sure that introverts are not necessarily gay. I have a wife who's an introvert, and she's a heterosexual. Either that or doing a damn good job of faking it. Is it possible someone who was sure was an introvert realized they're actually extroverted in their 20s and just they had a bad social experience in school, etc.? I mean, people can misidentify themselves. Sure, but, but that wouldn't be why. Like the fact that that may be the case, but that's not why they misidentified themselves. They misidentified themselves because they were operating under a wrong notion of what introvert and extrovert meant, and it's various other factors. Oh, you mean introverts are all secretly gay? Who knew? Do you like most ENTJs? In my experience, they really make me want to hurt them. I mean, my take on ENTJs is I don't try to do their job. Why do they try to do mine? They're not smart. They're not pundits. They don't know what they're talking about. They're just good at getting shit accomplished. Yet they get this reputation for being smart because they're successful. I have no reference for you. Sorry, Jane North trash. I will tell you, you're not a gay unicorn, and I don't know if you like ass sex, but if you want me to tell you you don't, I will. You don't like it. Yeah, they they think that we're jokes because they're too dumb to recognize that we we think circles around them, you know? It's like Jordan Peterson. He thinks he's a deep thinker, and his deep thought is clean your room. It was like Elon Musk. He thinks he's a deep thinker. His deep thought was, I know, I'll make electric cars and shoot one into outer space. You know, he's not a smart man. Well, it won't make me feel better. That's why he's so wrong. He's just projecting his TE frame of reference. Making my bed makes me feel stupid, right? Because I'm just going to make it messy again that very night. Why would I bother making it? There are some kinds of tasks that make me feel satisfied, others don't. Regardless, what definitely doesn't make me feel satisfied is being told by some idiot to clean my room. You know? Because after all, I'm not retarded. Yeah, Elon's an ENTJ. That's what we're talking about is ENTJs. I mean, I like to do certain kinds of things like that. You know, I have my own plans to do various physical chores around here. But the thing is, they're satisfying because of ownership, not because, in other words, you can't decontextualize the task and claim to meaningfully inform you about life and task completion. It didn't feel good to, well, I mean, but see, even that is dumb, right? It's fine that they're trying to fix everything else. That's not the problem. The problem is they're wrong about things. Some people are inclined to try to fix universalities. Yours truly, for example. The difference between me and SJWs is I'm right and they're wrong. I don't need to get my shit together to do me, right? Jordan Peterson is a guy who said that Elliot Page was somehow a victim of a crime, even though it's wrong on every level. Okay, yeah, I don't want to straw man the shit out of him either. Be see the genuine truth, but are too lazy and gay to fix it. I'm fixing it right now, correcting you. I fix it. You don't have to accept that it's fixed. But there, I fixed it for you. I fix shit for people all the time. Whether they recognize that their faucet is now working is up to them. Well, no, everything doesn't need a fix, just all of language and discourse. Yes, the discursive frame needs fixing. Yes, public discourse needs to be understood for what it is and dealt with accordingly, and depending on the specifics of what kind of discourse it is, it would be to the betterment of all humankind. Am I capable of fixing it at that level? No, but I'm certainly capable of demonstrating the proper procedures of discourse and and sending out into the world better arguments instead of worse ones. The rest, you got to let people do with information what they're going to do with it. So, you do what you do. You do what you can. All I can do is speak the truth, be correct as best of my ability, and to immediately correct myself when I'm wrong, etc. And to the extent that there's a genuine marketplace of ideas, the primacy of the correct arguments should rise. Right, that's exactly what we need all over the land. We need Eric to become super famous out of nowhere and become president and fix things. Well, just like that, Jane North Trash. You say, hi, my name is Jane North Trash, and I'm not an ENFP that likes ass sex. And people will go, okay, thanks for informing me of that. I'm just sitting back and enjoying this. Great live stream, and Eric at his best. So many topics, so much juicy content. Nice. Well, thanks a lot, Jimmy Blaze. That makes me feel good. Is that TI and deductive reasoning? I don't know what that is referring to. I'm a cisgender pickle. Does that mean you're a dude? Is that how we say nowadays that I'm a dude? I'm a cisgender penis, cisgender man. My cisgender pickle is in a cisgender can. What's the strangest email you received relating to your channel, and what do you do in this space? And what do you do in this space? Ah, strangest. I get a lot of strange emails. Sometimes people just like attack, attack, attack. Sometimes people ask me a bunch of questions that obviously I'm not going to answer. Sometimes people email me as follow-ups for a typing session where they want to complain about it or tell me that I was wrong or whatever, and want me to talk to them again. There's one ISTJ lady that I typed who did not want to be an ISTJ. Sent me a lot of emails with like pictures from her journal to prove that she wasn't an ISTJ. That was kind of strange. Yeah, we have trouble with that emotion stuff. Jock anime. Emotions just happen to us, and we don't think they're controlling us when they are sometimes. Jane North Trash, you have a lot of fixation about ass sex. You seem to be very much concerned about it. Yes, that's what FI blind spot is. We just think emotions are things that happen to us, and we don't even notice they're happening to us until after the fact. Most importantly, what I want to make sure the message gets across here is that J North Trash is an ENFP who loves ass sex. That's the key message of this stream. As long as we all got that one down, if that's the one thing we take away, then we'll know we've accomplished something in this stream. We've all learned an important truth. I can sing a little more than 2 octaves around tenor, a little on the higher side. Ass sex is absolutely not okay, disgusting, and you're a benighted swine of old, a fool stuck in his anal ways. You certainly sound like an ENTP. I am in full agreement with you. Ass sex is how you get poop on your dick. Inherently a bad idea. Anybody who thinks it's a good idea to do something where you get poop on your dick, that's just not making any sense, you know? You're not thinking. You're clearly not thinking. Because if you were, you'd think, I don't want poop on my dick. You know? Anybody would agree. If you ask any sane person, do you want poop on your dick? They would say no. So that's just all there is to it. Oh, sure, I get it. I get it. There's not necessarily poop inside your butthole, but there's going to be poop in there sometimes. If you gotta wash out your butt before you have sex. Well, that's why it's called wrong hole. That's why the name of the restaurant that I'm going to open, Wrong Hole, is going to serve nothing but the anuses of various animals. Jane North trash, will you stop being such a Jane North trash? Could you just be Jane North without the trash for a little while? It's not that I hate trash. I understand it's a necessary product of uh, of life, but you don't want to be the trash. No, Wrong Hole is my restaurant I'm going to open up that just serves the anuses of various animals. You have cow anus, pork anus, chicken anus, dolphin anus, deer anus, beaver anus, pigeon anus. You're being bullied once again. Oh, well, if you're being bullied here, you should definitely close the tab. I wouldn't want you to experience any bullying. Right. The anus of the sea urchin is known as a delicacy. It tastes like ocean poo. Yeah, so I definitely don't want anybody who feels like they're being bullied here to experience that. So please do close the tab immediately. I'm very much anti-bullying. Urethra sex? Is there such a thing? I don't want to know it. Warthog anus, goat fetus, and 11 more gross delicacies. Well, at Wrong Hole, it's an all anus menu. Sounding, putting something in your pee hole? Ouch. No, thank you. It sounds horrible. That sounds like torture. I don't want anything to do with that. It's making me like, that sounds horrible. I don't, sword fighting? I don't know. Okay, yeah. I'm a little worried about this conversation as well. It's a little, getting a little risque here. Anyway, I'm going to wrap it up. I'm tired now. So, thanks a lot for being here. Love you all. And do whatever you want with your bodies consensually with others. I don't give a fuck.